Chapter 858. Chu Mu was glad that Bawang had finished transforming in time. Otherwise, he didn't know if he could kill all the stone men before the crystal steel was destroyed. Even if he could, the crystal steel would have been damaged a lot. The situation was not good. After Bawang finished transforming, he cooperated with Chu Mu to kill all the stone men. Because of Bawang's cooperation, Chu Mu didn't have to face so much pressure in the 16th wave of giant beasts. These giant beasts only had one method of attack, which was to use their short and thick legs to run as fast as they could. With their huge bodies and astonishing weight, once they hit their target, they would cause terrible damage. These giant beasts had a thick layer of horn on their heads like a shield, which could provide them with shocking protection. It wasn't suitable to fight these giant beasts head-on. With 2 swords in hand, Chu Mu quickly moved. With the support of the peak 9th Revolution sword intent, the 8-sided Desolate Sky Sword was incomparably sharp. The horn on the giant beast's head couldn't block it and was easily cut open. Compared to Chu Mu's agile fighting style, Bawang was the complete opposite. He was very violent. Bawang's bloodline had mutated many times. In terms of strength, his body's defense was also very shocking. His speed was also unbelievably fast. With all these factors added together, Bawang's charging power was terrifying. Under the direct impact, the giant beast's head was directly smashed into pieces by the Overlord's charge. It caved in and blood and brain matter burst out. It was extremely brutal and bloody as it was forcefully smashed to death by the Overlord. After smashing another giant beast to death, Bawang roared and attacked again. This time, Chu Mu was guarding 2 passages. Bawang was also guarding 2 passages. At present, it seemed that they could completely defend. The giant beast's corpse would also provide some protection and prevent other giant beasts from charging. Chu Mu made good use of this. He wandered among the giant beasts and killed them continuously. It was very ingenious. What he was most worried about were monsters that were capable of both long-range and close-range attacks. If that were the case, he would have to deal with both sides and protect the crystal sword steel. It would be too difficult and stressful. Giant beasts like this only knew how to charge. There was nothing to be afraid of. The crystal sword steel was not damaged at all. The 16th wave of giant beasts were all killed by Chu Mu and Bawang. Once again, they rested for a quarter of an hour. This time, Chu Mu had consumed a lot of energy. Therefore, he took out some medicinal pills to help him recover. 15 minutes later, the 17th wave of monsters appeared. Chu Mu and Bawang teamed up once again. They almost fell into a bitter battle, but in the end, they killed all the monsters. This battle had exhausted them to the point of choking. You have half an hour to rest. After half an hour, the final wave of attacks will begin. The old voice suddenly reminded Chu Mu. Half an hour. Chu Mu's eyes narrowed. The words half an hour and final wave made Chu Mu vigilant. He seized the time to rest and recover all the energy he had consumed. Looking at the crystal sword steel with a few cracks, Chu Mu had a flash of inspiration. He quickly walked around the crystal sword steel and set up defensive and counterattack seals. There was too little time, so Chu Mu was unable to set them up. He could only set up 1 layer. He couldn't help but secretly curse himself for not thinking about this before. He was preparing for the final wave of attacks. Half an hour was actually very short. Everything around the 4 passages disappeared, turning into an empty space. The final wave of monsters appeared. It was the army. Seeing this wave of monsters, Chu Mu thought of the word army in his heart. Figures quickly appeared. They were infantry soldiers wearing full body armor. Their appearances could not be seen. They held shields in one hand and long sabers in the other. They stood in formation, and their auras were condensed into one as they pressed forward. Sword-shield soldiers. There were sword-shield soldiers in all directions. There were 10 layers in total, and there were more than 1,000 of them. Every one of them was at the peak of the god condensation realm. Although they were only at the peak of the god condensation realm, they were still very powerful. After the 10 layers of sword-shield soldiers, there were 3 layers of archers. They were also at the peak of the god condensation realm. Following them were heavily armored knights. They were riding fierce beasts that looked like large horses. In the north, which was directly opposite of Chu-Mu, a carriage appeared behind the knight. Sitting on it was a hazy figure that couldn't be seen clearly. Vaguely, Chu-Mu had a feeling that the figure on the carriage was definitely the most important one in this wave of monsters. The sword-shield soldiers finally stopped below the platform. Their uniform movements made a shocking visual impact. Soon after, the figure on the carriage waved the flag in his hand. The archers immediately nocked their arrows and aimed at the crystal sword steel. Sharp sonic booms resounded as arrows pierced through the sky. They were densely packed like a swarm of locusts. Every arrow contained a terrifying power. Once all of them hit the crystal sword steel, there was no doubt that the crystal sword steel would be destroyed. No matter what, he could not let the arrows hit the crystal sword steel. Chu-Mu's figure moved. He held 2 swords in his hands. His figure was like a swallow as he quickly circled around the crystal sword steel. He waved his swords, and a sword light bloomed, directly killing the arrows. At the same time, Bawang roared and charged at the sword-shield soldiers at several times the speed of sound. He was about to attack. The figure on the carriage lightly waved the flag. The sword-shield soldiers immediately moved. They avoided Bawang's attack and surrounded Bawang at the same time. They formed a unique formation to trap Bawang, making it difficult for Bawang to display his strength. After destroying all the arrows, Chu-Mu was shocked when he saw Bawang being surrounded. With Bawang's current strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill a normal, god, condensation, realm extreme swordsman. However, he was not even able to kill a single sword-shield soldier. Instead, he was trapped and had a few shallow wounds on his body. The second wave of arrows came. Chu-Mu could only protect the crystal sword steel and destroy the arrows. He was unable to kill the enemy. A large group of sword-shield soldiers began to advance. They charged at the crystal sword steel. They raised their swords and were about to attack the crystal sword steel. After destroying the arrows, the sword light slashed through the air towards the sword-shield soldiers on the ground. The figure on the carriage waved the flag again. The sword-shield soldiers quickly scattered, making the sword light miss. These sword-shield soldiers, archers, and so on were all under the command of the figure on the carriage. Kill it. With this thought, Chu-Mu knew what to do. He used Sword Heart's shadow and forced the sword-shield soldiers to retreat. As for Chu-Mu, other than destroying the arrows, he continued to lay down seals around the crystal sword steel. Dividing his attention to lay down seals was less efficient, but he could only do so for now. Although Bawang was trapped, he was not in any immediate danger. Finally, after Chu-Mu laid down a total of 5 layers of defense and counterattack seals on the crystal sword steel, he used Desheng's burning blood transformation. His blood essence collided and burned. The tyrannical power was like a flood of magma after a volcanic eruption. It rushed through his body. The blood-red flames rushed out of his body and burned fiercely. His eyes were also covered with a layer of blood-red color, looking very demonic. With a hong sound, his muscles vibrated, and a powerful force stacked on top of each other, striking the air and creating a powerful propelling force. In an instant, Chu-Mu exploded with 10 times the speed of sound. He even controlled the recoil of the air to sweep away the arrows that were once again shooting towards him, forcing a sword-shield soldier to retreat. With an unimaginable speed, he crossed several hundred meters in an instant. Under Chu-Mu's deliberate control, the tyrannical chi spread out and attacked the sword-shield soldiers below, causing their formation to be in chaos. Chu-Mu's actions were within the enemy's expectations. However, they did not expect him to be so fast. With a wave of the flag, countless arrows shot through the air, wanting to turn Chu-Mu into a beehive. His figure flickered as Chu Mu used the profound of space that had reached the limit of the third revolution. He disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was several hundred meters away, close to the figure on the carriage. Each of the wasps was the size of a fist. Their bodies were completely black and shone with a cold metallic luster. They were so dense that they blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Chu Mu's eyes suddenly turned dark. The speed of the black poisonous bee was extremely fast. It flew over, and its sharp poisonous stinger flickered with an astonishing luster, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. Using the profound of space once again, Chu Mu took a step forward in the void. Using the inverse space step, he appeared behind Poison Bee and rushed towards the figure on the carriage. Having lost their target, Poison Bee turned around and rushed towards Chu Mu again. Their speed was shockingly fast. After several flashes, Chu Mu arrived in front of the carriage. His figure was shrouded in darkness, and it was impossible to see him clearly. Suddenly, the black figure exploded, and its eyes emitted a shocking light. 2 beams of divine light shot into Chu Mu's eyes and entered his mental world. The flag in its hand turned into a sharp sword that pierced through the air. It was completely out of Chu Mu's expectations. Under normal circumstances, Chu Mu would not be able to escape death. However, he possessed the power of his divine sense, and it was very powerful. He immediately resisted the attack of the opponent's eye technique. His 2 swords danced, one blocking the opponent's sword while the other counterattacked. In an instant, the 3 styles of heavenly desolation were used. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 3 swords suppressed the opponent and forced him to take it head-on. After a slight pause, the first and second styles of heavenly desolation were used. Kill. Under Chu Mu's sword, this black figure was unable to block or evade. It was directly split apart, and blood splattered across the sky. At the same time, the swarm of Poison Bee flew over and surrounded Chu Mu. The crystal sword steel was attacked by arrows and sword shield soldiers. Layer after layer of seals were broken, and only the last layer was left. With the death of their commander, the sword shield soldiers' formation was in chaos. Bawang rushed forward and killed many sword shield soldiers. He immediately flew into the sky and arrived at the crystal sword steel, shattering the arrows. Turning around, he waved his sword. Sword light descended like a storm, killing countless poison bees. Chu Mu continuously used the inverse space step and rushed towards the crystal sword steel without caring about the consumption. The last layer of seals was broken, and the crystal sword steel began to receive attacks. Cracks appeared one after another, and the situation became very dangerous. Chapter 859. Ear-piercing cracking sounds rang out. Bawang alone was unable to defend against all the attacks. The cracks on the crystal sword steel continued to expand. It was in imminent danger. Chu Mu increased his speed. He used the profound meaning of space with all his might. He didn't hold back at all as he flashed forward. He waved his sword, and the sword rays were like a storm of meteors. They crazily bombarded the strong enemies below. At the same time, the knights also launched a fatal charge. They trampled on the ground, creating chaos. However, these soldiers were all very strong. Their strength had all reached the peak of the spirit condensation realm. It was impossible for Chu Mu to kill a large number of them with one strike unless he broke through to the realm of one with the sword. Another cracking sound rang out. It was like a thunderclap. The cracks on the crystal sword steel ran from top to bottom. It was on the verge of shattering. Chu Mu was anxious. He wanted to be faster, just a little faster. Another wave of arrows shot towards the crystal sword steel like a swarm of locusts. Bawang flapped his wings and circled around, creating a storm that instantly shattered the arrows. The sword shield soldiers and knights also launched an attack, surrounding the crystal sword steel. The situation was very critical. With a boom, The power of the heart sword was flung out at high speed, breaking out of his body. The second layer of the heart sword, Sword Heart Shadow, was used without holding back. In an instant, Chu Mu felt a carefree feeling. It was as if some kind of shackle had been broken, opening the floodgates. It was an indescribable flood. The Sword Heart's shadow rushed out of Chu Mu's body and flew even faster. After a distance of 10 meters, he appeared beside the crystal sword steel. Coincidentally, the cracks on the crystal sword steel continued to expand. With a cracking sound, pieces of the crystal sword steel fell down. At this critical moment, Chu Mu's Sword Heart Shadow stepped into Deshang's range. The Sword Heart Shadow could be 10 meters away from the body. He took the lead and arrived at the crystal sword steel. Waving his two swords, he shattered another wave of arrows. Chu Mu's original body also quickly arrived and stopped at the shattered crystal sword steel. He firmly guarded the sword spirit that was revealed and controlled Sword Heart's shadow to kill enemies 10 meters away. He cooperated with Bawang and continuously slashed out sword auras. 120% caution, 120% focus. Kill, kill, kill. The number of monster soldiers gradually decreased, and the threat they posed to the sword spirit also decreased. The last knight also died under Chu Mu's sword. Chu Mu let out a sigh of relief. After passing the last wave, he had finally passed the 8th trial. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu let his guard down, and a sudden change occurred. From the main general's corpse that Chu Mu had killed, a black ray of light shot out at high speed. In an instant, it broke through the air like a black lightning bolt that ripped apart the vast sky. With an indomitable and desperate aura, it shot towards the weak sword spirit like a hot knife through butter. Fast, it was really too fast and too sudden. It was completely out of Chu Mu's expectations. At the most critical moment, Chu Mu did not panic. He was very calm and reacted quickly. Everything around him was brought into his perception. The trajectory of the black light was also clearly visible. Chu Mu's original body was too late to stop it. The Sword Heart's shadow rushed towards the black light. With a poochie sound, the Sword Heart's shadow and the black light collided and dissipated. The black light became faintly discernible, and its speed instantly decreased by a lot. Chu Mu's original body quickly chased after it. Brandishing his two swords, he displayed his strongest attack and shattered the black light. This time, he did not dare to let out a sigh of relief. He stood guard beside the fragile sword spirit. Congratulations, human, for passing the 8th trial. The old voice of the heavenly spirit sounded. Only then did Chu Mu truly let out a sigh of relief. You have 1,280 days to prepare for the 9th trial. The voice sounded and then fell into silence. In this battle, Chu Mu could be considered to have done his best. Almost all of his strength was exhausted. He immediately sat down cross-legged to cultivate and recover. There were still 1,280 days before the start of the 9th trial. It was not a short time, a full 3.5 years. He believed that during this period of time, his strength would be able to improve significantly. 2 days later, all of his exhausted strength had recovered to its peak. There were 3 heavens in the heart sword secret record. Now that he had cultivated the 1st and 2nd heavens, and Deshang had cultivated the 2nd heavens, Chu Mu began to try to cultivate the 3rd heavens, Heart Sword Sky Slash. The Heart Sword force of the 1st heavens, Sword Shadow Kill, and the 2nd heavens, Sword Heart Shadow Image, did not possess direct killing power. However, it was different when it reached the 3rd heavens. The Heart Sword force would undergo a qualitative change and become like Sword Origin, possessing direct killing power. The prerequisite for cultivating the 3rd heavens of the Heart Sword was to let the Heart Sword force undergo a transformation. When he started to cultivate, Chu Mu knew that it would be very difficult to cultivate the 3rd heavens of the Heart Sword in a short period of time. The transformation of the heart sword force was slow and required a process. It would probably take a few years. Even so, Chumu would not give up on cultivating the heart sword force. In addition, the refining of ultimacy and the cultivation of swordsmanship were the key points. 3.5 years was not a short period of time, but it was also not a long period of time. The word ultimacy was continuously refined and reached the limit of the 9th revolution as he wished. It became the 3rd ultimacy to reach the limit of the 9th revolution. The 4th ultimacy to be actively refined was the fire ultimacy. The fire ultimacy had also reached the early 6th revolution under natural refinement. Many ultimacies would delay the refinement efficiency. His sword intent had reached the limit of the 9th revolution. The gold ultimacy, water ultimacy, and wood ultimacy had all reached the limit of the 9th revolution. The space ultimacy was still at the late 3rd revolution, while the other ultimacies had all reached the early 6th revolution. It should be known that many swordsmen would be lucky if their sword intent ultimacy could reach the 6th revolution, let alone so many sword intent ultimacy. Moreover, there was still the limit of the 9th revolution. This kind of cultivation was dry and lonely, but Chumu was not tired of it. He could feel his progress every moment. Although it was not fast, it still made him happy from the bottom of his heart. When the fire ultimacy had been refined from the early 6th revolution to the limit of the 7th revolution, 1,280 days had passed. The 9th stage begins. The old voice reminded. Chumu's surroundings changed again. It was as if he was in a dark void. Apart from darkness, there was nothing else. Here, time seemed to be frozen. It did not flow, but Chumu felt as if a long time had passed. Darkness and loneliness were often unbearable. After a long time, it would make people feel despair. This dark void seemed to contain a strange power that would slowly seep into the soul, affecting one's rationality and calmness. Unknowingly, Chumu's mind was slightly affected. In a situation where he had nothing to fear, he gradually felt impatient and impatient. Even Chumu didn't know about this imperceptible influence. He only reminded himself not to be impatient. However, the more he did this, the more the impatience in his heart continued to burn. Suddenly, Chumu realized that this might be the 9th stage's test. Darkness and loneliness were the test's content. They were the biggest enemies. Realizing this, Chumu's anxious heart calmed down a little. As time passed, impatience reappeared in his heart. This time it was even more stubborn. Chumu felt very uncomfortable. A fire burned in his heart. His emotions became unstable. He held his breath. He wanted to vent, but he had no choice but to endure for fear of ruining it. That feeling of not being able to vent, of having to hold it in, was simply maddening. His breathing gradually became hurried. Chumu's palms exerted force from time to time. He wanted to pull out his sword and slash it to vent the impatience in his heart. His hands were restless. He raised them up and down. Chumu was fighting with his heart. Torment, incomparable torment. It was too unbearable. Chumu felt as if he was going crazy. If an enemy appeared in front of him, he would not be able to endure and would pull out his sword to kill. The 9th stage was the last stage. If he failed here, it would be too much of a pity. No matter what, he had to persevere until he passed the 9th stage. Unable to feel the passage of time, the anxiety in his heart grew stronger and stronger. It constantly accumulated, like a volcano constantly accumulating energy. Finally, just as he was about to explode, a voice suddenly sounded. "Congratulations, human. You have passed the 9th stage." A familiar old voice rang out. In an instant, it was as if a cool breeze had passed by, blowing away the impatience in Chumu's heart. Waves of joy and faint excitement filled his heart. Passed. He had finally passed the 9th stage. Next, it was time to obtain the inheritance. Just as this thought arose, the surrounding darkness and snow quickly melted away. In front of Chu Mu was a palace. It was a resplendent and extremely gorgeous palace. The palace was not large. The four walls were engraved with countless patterns. In the middle, there was a huge throne. The resplendent throne was calling out to Chu Mu. There was a voice in his heart that was calling out to him. By sitting on that throne, he would be able to obtain the divine wilderness inheritance. With his heart calling out to him, Chu Mu took a step forward and walked in front of the resplendent throne. He carefully sized it up. The patterns on the throne were detailed and lifelike. It looked extremely exquisite and dazzling. The calling in his heart became more and more intense. Chu Mu gently placed his palm on the throne. A cold feeling spread to his palm, causing Chu Mu's body to quiver. His mind was jolted and he seemed to be more spirited. The divine wilderness inheritance. This was the reason why Chu Mu had entered the divine wilderness heavenly palace. Exhaling, Chu Mu's feet moved and he turned around. He was about to sit on the enormous golden and dazzling chair when he suddenly paused. In the depths of his soul, for some reason, there was a slight resistance. Why doesn't this throne have any aura of the divine wilderness? With this thought, a second question followed. Why doesn't this palace have any aura of the divine wilderness? With these two questions popping up, the joy in Chu Mu's heart disappeared. He regained his calm, and the bad feeling became even more intense. With a thought, his thoughts became clear. All sorts of questions were answered. Chu Mu was enlightened. The 9th stage's examination was still in progress. Chapter 860. Human, congratulations. You have passed the 9th stage. The old voice sounded out once again. Chu Mu, who had calmed down, instinctively caught the fluctuations in the tone of the voice. It was different from before. Now that he carefully thought about it, the reminder from the 9th stage was still a little stiff. This time, he had truly passed the 9th stage. Thinking back, Chu Mu could not help but feel a lingering fear. The 9th stage was completely different from the previous 8 stages. The previous 8 stages were battles that were constantly increasing in difficulty. At the 9th stage, it was darkness and solitude. Ordinary darkness and solitude could not affect Chu Mu's mind. He was able to maintain his calm. It was just that there was a strange, undetectable power in the darkness. It subtly influenced Chu Mu's mind, causing him to be unknowingly affected. From the depths of his heart, he felt restless, uneasy, and impatient. Even if he constantly reminded himself to be calm, to control his emotions, to restrain the restlessness and impatience in his heart, it still accumulated bit by bit. It could not be eliminated and finally exploded. As for the 9th stage, he had grasped the opportunity very well. When his emotions had accumulated to the limit and were about to explode uncontrollably, a voice suddenly sounded out, informing him that he had successfully passed the 9th stage. That kind of joy was incomparable. It was as if he was in a world of ice, so cold that he could not stand it and was about to freeze to death. He had accidentally found a burning bonfire and obtained warmth. It was also like a person who had been starving for many days and was about to faint from hunger suddenly seeing a Manchu Han imperial feast. It was even more like a drowning person seeing rescuers, etc. Under great despair, he had obtained hope. That moment of joy was enough to break down the defenses in his heart. Chu Mu's tenacious will had been affected. If it was someone with a weaker will than him, they would not have been able to pass this stage. The joy of being notified that he had passed, followed by the divine wilderness inheritance, was an even greater surprise. It had completely destroyed his last bit of reason. If not for his powerful soul strength at the last moment, he would have felt that something was amiss. Following that, he would have discovered that there was no savage aura. The murals in the divine, desolate, heavenly palace had a thick, savage aura. Everything he had experienced before, no matter what it was, had a savage aura. Only when he obtained the inheritance did it not. He instinctively felt that it did not make sense. This illogical feeling caused Chu Mu to regain his composure. After some thought, he finally understood. He could not help but rejoice in his heart. It was fortunate that he came to his senses in time. Otherwise, if he had sat down, he might have failed the 9th stage. After passing through one trial after another and experiencing all sorts of dangers, he had finally reached the final trial. If he were to fail just like that, who knew how much of a pity it would be? Since he had passed the 9th round, it meant that he had passed all 9 rounds. Next, it should be time to obtain the divine wilderness inheritance. He was still in the main hall of the divine wilderness heavenly palace. The huge and spacious palace was still so familiar. "Human, tell me your name." It had been nearly 7 years since Chu-Mu had entered this place, and the heavenly spirit had always called Chu-Mu a human. This was the first time it had asked for Chu-Mu's name, which also meant that Chu-Mu had obtained its approval. "My name is Chu-Mu." Chu-Mu replied, "Chu-Mu, congratulations on passing the divine wilderness heavenly palace's 9 trials. You are qualified to obtain the divine wilderness heavenly palace's inheritance." The heavenly spirit said, making Chu-Mu feel joy from the bottom of his heart, "You have 2 choices. First, accept the inheritance in 2,560 days. Second, accept the inheritance now." 2 choices? Chu-Mu frowned as he pondered. In his heart, there was an impulse for him to choose the second choice, to immediately accept the divine wilderness heavenly palace's inheritance. That was because his goal was right in front of him. If he did not accept the inheritance now, when would he? But there was another voice that stopped him, telling him to choose the first choice. Chu-Mu did not immediately make a decision. He knew that one was intuition and the other was impulse. Thinking at high speed, Chu-Mu made a prompt decision. He followed his intuition and abandoned impulse. "The first choice," Chu-Mu said. The heavenly spirit did not answer, but it already knew Chu-Mu's choice. Next, Chu-Mu had 2,560 days to continue cultivating. 2,560 days was about 7 years. Chu-Mu believed that these 7 years were enough for his strength and potential to increase further. The refinement of profound meaning would definitely yield obvious results. In addition, the cultivation of the Heart Sword Secret Manual would also yield obvious results. The progress of his sword arts would definitely be good. Chu-Mu's cultivation, compared to other swordsmen, was much more complicated. He had to improve in every aspect, so the time he spent was much more than other swordsmen. Also, because cultivation was complicated and covered many aspects, not only did he have to put in more time, he also had to put in more effort. A person's energy was limited, but cultivation was limitless. If Chu-Mu wholeheartedly and devoted all his time to sword arts, he would definitely have broken through the limit and reached the level of one with the sword. However, this was not what he wanted. He wanted to improve and break through in all aspects. It was fine even if it was slower. Sword Tao was not about a moment, but a lifetime. Sword Tao was never-ending. 2,560 days was almost 7 years. Because he didn't need to continue breaking through, he didn't have any pressure in his heart and was much more relaxed. Chu-Mu immediately immersed himself in cultivation. Deep-level cultivation was even more effective. The profound meaning of fire was constantly refined and improved. It broke through to the early 8th revolution, then the middle, then the late 8th revolution, and finally the limit. Finally, it broke through to the early 9th revolution. 2 years later, the profound meaning of fire had successfully reached the limit of the 9th revolution. The transformation of the Heart Sword Force was also partially completed. His sword arts attainment had increased, and his sword arts domain had also reached the middle 10th level. The Sky Desolation sword art was also constantly improving. 80 out of the 99 forms had been merged into one sword, and its power was even more tyrannical. The 5th profound meaning was the profound meaning of Earth. It had already reached the peak of the middle 6th revolution. With a little refinement, the profound meaning of Earth would soon break through to the late 6th revolution. In the 5th year of cultivation, the profound meaning of earth had reached the limit of the 9th revolution, becoming the 5th profound meaning to reach the limit. His sword art's attainment had also increased. Sky Desolation sword art's 99 forms had been merged into one sword, and his sword art's domain had also broken through to the late 10th level. Chu Mu chose the profound meaning of wind for the 6th profound meaning. This was the first power he comprehended, and it was also a power that had undergone many transformations. It was a power that Chu Mu had a deep understanding of. The deeper one's understanding of a power, the higher the efficiency of refinement. Naturally, the profound meaning of wind had also reached the early 7th revolution. If he started refining it now, it would also be refined to the limit of the 9th revolution faster. In the 6th year, the Heart Sword Force had successfully completed its transformation. With a tremble of his finger, an invisible power suddenly emerged and directly cut the surrounding air, forming a temporary vacuum. Even without using the power of divine thought, Chu Mu could feel the sharpness of this power. It was very shocking, as if it was going to cut everything. Perhaps it was not as thick and majestic as Sword Origin, but in terms of sharpness, it was far superior to Sword Origin. Since the Heart Sword Force had successfully completed its transformation, Chu Mu began to cultivate the 3rd level of the Heart Sword Secret Record, Heart Sword Heaven Slash. Heart Sword Heaven Slash was a direct attack move. According to the description, it seemed to be very powerful. However, it was still unknown how powerful it was. He would only know after he had mastered it and tried it. In the 7th year, 2,560 days had passed. The profound meaning of wind had reached the late 9th revolution. Chu Mu believed that if he was given a few more months, the profound meaning of wind would definitely reach the limit of the 9th revolution. As for the Sky Desolation sword art, he had successfully merged all 98 forms into one, and only the last form was left. The last stage was often the most difficult one. In the field of swordsmanship, he had successfully broken through to the peak of the 10th level and was stuck at a bottleneck. Everything seemed to be just one step away from a qualitative change in his voice, causing an earth-shattering change in his strength. Chu Mu was not in a hurry. He knew that the closer it was to this point, the more he had to remain calm. Many swordsmen would be stuck at a bottleneck. It was possible for them to be stuck for months, years, or even decades. Some swordsmen were even stuck at a bottleneck and could not break through for the rest of their lives. Chu Mu firmly believed that he would be able to break through. The only thing he lacked was time, because the things he needed to comprehend and cultivate were simply too many. They were too many and too complicated. They divided his energy and restrained each other, increasing the difficulty. But once he broke through, his gains were astonishing. Chu Mu, your time is up. You can accept the inheritance of the divine, desolate, heavenly palace. The old voice of the heavenly spirit rang out once again, reminding Chu Mu. The heavenly spirit's words immediately caused Chu Mu to become excited. His heart raced as he took a deep breath, trying his best to calm himself down. In front of him, one of the walls of the divine, desolate, heavenly palace suddenly changed. A golden door appeared, emitting a rich, desolate aura. Following that, the door, which was not very tall, slowly opened. Chu Mu felt as if his heart had opened as well. An even richer, desolate aura was emitted from within. It whistled and spiraled like a storm enveloping Chu Mu. When the storm-like, desolate aura dissipated, an entrance appeared in front of Chu Mu. Inside there was a golden splendor, but there was no sense of magnificence. Instead, there was an endless vicissitude and desolation. The golden splendor seemed to rise and fall in the river of time. Taking a step forward, he stepped through the door and saw a palace. It was a resplendent palace. It was almost the same as the one he saw in the 9th stage. The only difference was the aura. This was the true aura of the divine desolate. Taking another deep breath, Chu-mu walked in. He stared straight at the center, where there was a lonely, huge chair. The tall chair stood alone, as if it was waiting for the arrival of the king of the world. Chu-mu knew that as long as he sat on that chair, he would be able to obtain the inheritance of the divine, desolate, heavenly palace. Chapter 861. Exhaling a long breath, Chu-mu turned around and stood in front of the throne before slowly sitting down. A powerful, invisible force blocked him. It was filled with a rebounding force, as if it wanted to send Chu-mu flying. The more he tried to sit down, the stronger the rebounding force was, as if it was resisting. Chu-mu calmed his heart and slowed down. He did not do it deliberately. Indeed, the rebounding force was weakened by a lot. A cold feeling spread from his buttocks and thighs to his entire body, causing Chu-mu's body to involuntarily tremble. He seemed to be much more spirited. He raised his hands and placed them on the back of the chair. He adjusted his body and slowly leaned back. The moment Chu-mu touched the throne, there was a roar in his ears. The world in front of him also changed. He seemed to see a mass of chaos, and then it was separated by a beam of light. It was like the scene of the beginning of heaven and earth. Clear air rose and turbid air sank. The beginning of heaven and earth. The primordial wild world was like a picture scroll unfolding in front of Chu-mu's eyes. Life was born, races were divided, fighting, resisting, in order to survive and to reproduce. Tragic, strong, weak, resisting, firm, unyielding, Chu-mu's heart was touched. A seed was unknowingly planted, waiting to sprout and break through the soil. In an instant, he seemed to have entered that world, fighting against heaven and earth, fighting against all living things in order to survive. The world was changing, the human race was reproducing, and the other races were becoming stronger. In the struggle, the human race seemed to be at a disadvantage. In the face of adversity, a human called the Divine Wilderness appeared. The Divine Wilderness was very powerful and became one of the mainstays of the human race. Together with the other experts of the human race, they led the human race to struggle and resist in the face of adversity. Gradually, they stabilized their footing, developed, and gradually grew stronger. It was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. The Divine Wilderness and the other experts of the human race began to choose a group of people from the human race as disciples. They were taught cultivation techniques, making them stronger and allowing the human race's strength to rise. The lineage of the Divine Wilderness became the Divine Wilderness Heavenly Palace. It used the supreme power of the Divine Wilderness to open up an independent, small world. After countless years and countless changes, it was passed down, while some disappeared in the long river of history. Everything in front of his eyes faded and disappeared. Immediately after, the throne emitted a golden light. The light contained countless runes that circled around Chu-mu and flew into Chu-mu's head. Chu-mu only felt a torrent of information rushing into his brain at an extremely fast speed. If not for his soul being stronger and his mental world being bigger and sturdier, he would have been crushed. Even now, he still felt dizzy. Countless auras flooded into his spirit world, washing over him. All kinds of power Upanishads glowed in different colors, just like neon lights in the dark night. Unknowingly, Chu-mu's power Upanishad was being refined. If he could feel it, he would be astounded. But at this time, Chu-mu was completely immersed in receiving the information and did not know anything. There was a lot of information, and they were all very obscure and profound. It felt like 1,000 years, but also like an instant. When Chu-mu suddenly woke up, he realized that the inheritance had ended. He did not know when it had ended. His brain had an obscure and sore feeling. He had not had the time to digest the large amount of information that had been squeezed into his mind. Relaxing his mind, Chu-mu's consciousness swept across his spirit world. Suddenly, he was stunned. Following that, he quickly checked the various Upanishads, and his face revealed an ecstatic expression. His Upanishads had increased greatly without him noticing. Now, his sword intent had reached the peak of the ninth revolution. His metal, wood, water, fire, and earth Upanishads had also reached the peak of the ninth revolution. His wind Upanishads had also reached the peak of the ninth revolution. His ice Upanishads, thunder Upanishads, and cloud Upanishads had increased significantly. They had all reached the late eighth revolution. As such, Chu-Mu saved a lot of time, not to mention the divine wilderness inheritance. Just the increase in his Upanishads was already a huge gain. After the inheritance ended, Chu-Mu was not in a hurry to leave the throne. Instead, he sat on the throne and carefully read the information that had surged into his mind. Generally speaking, there were two cultivation techniques. The first one was called the Divine Wilderness Sword Manual, and the second one was called the Divine Wilderness Secret Records. The Divine Wilderness Sword Manual was composed of 3 parts: the Divine Wilderness Sword Art, the Divine Wilderness Sword Body, and the Divine Wilderness Sword Seed Technique. The Divine Wilderness Secret Records was a secret technique. 2 of them were the Sword Soul Spirit Splitting Technique and the Divine Slaughter Armament. Any one of the 2 cultivation techniques was incomparably precious. In the world of swordsmen, cultivation techniques were divided into yellow, black, earth, and heaven. In a place like the ancient sword continent, heaven-level cultivation techniques were the best. In the primordial world, although there were many heaven-level cultivation techniques, they were not common goods. Most of the heaven-level cultivation techniques that swordsmen cultivated were only low or middle grade heaven-level cultivation techniques. Above the heaven-level cultivation techniques were the saint-level cultivation techniques. Saint-level cultivation techniques were very rare. The Divine Wilderness Sword Manual and the Divine Wilderness Secret Records were both saint-level cultivation techniques. Their grades were not low at all. To obtain the inheritance of 2 saint-level cultivation techniques in one go, the joy in Chu-Mu's heart could be imagined. The inheritance has ended. The heavenly spirit's voice sounded. Chu-Mu felt himself being rejected by a force and instantly left the throne. The inheritance hall disappeared, and Chu-Mu once again returned to the Divine Wilderness Heavenly Palace's main hall. The door opened once again, allowing light from the outside world to shine in. "Chu-Mu, you can leave now," the heavenly spirit said. "Thank you, Senior." Without knowing where the heavenly spirit was, Chu-Mu faced a wall and bowed with his sword. Then, taking a deep breath, Chu-Mu strode towards the door and walked out of the Divine Wilderness Heavenly Palace. All of this felt inconceivable, as if it was a dream. But Chu-Mu had truly obtained the inheritance. The contents of the 2 saint-level cultivation techniques still existed in his mind, as if they were branded. And the tempering of various profound meanings was also very clear and powerful. It's been more than 10 years. Chu-Mu turned back to look at the palace. The palace gradually faded and disappeared, as if it had completed its mission. Calculating, in the Divine Wilderness Heavenly Palace, about 13 to 14 years had passed. It felt very fast, as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields. He did not know how the heaven-desolate Earth Palace was doing outside. Perhaps the moment he left the Divine Wilderness mystic realm and went outside, he would discover that everything had changed. Traces of emotions swirled in his heart before dissipating. Chu-Mu sat down cross-legged and began to carefully read the contents of the 2 saint-level cultivation techniques. He had only looked at them briefly before. He first looked at the Divine Wilderness Sword Manual. After reading it, Chu-Mu realized that, strictly speaking, the Divine Wilderness Sword Manual was like a main cultivation technique, but also like a supplementary cultivation technique. It was more like a powerful, mystic technique. The Divine Wilderness Sword Manual cultivated the Divine Wilderness Sword Essence. But in order to cultivate the Divine Wilderness Sword Manual, one had to have the Heavenly Wilderness Sword Essence as a foundation. If not, one would not be able to cultivate it. Forcefully cultivating it was just courting death. According to the records, the Divine Wilderness Sword Manual cultivated the Divine Wilderness Sword Essence, and the Heavenly Wilderness Sword Essence were connected. In other words, it was actually transforming the Heavenly Wilderness Sword Essence into the Divine Wilderness Sword Essence. The conversion ratio was 100-1. This did not mean that a portion of the Divine Wilderness Sword Essence was 100 times more powerful than a portion of the Heavenly Wilderness Sword Essence. During the conversion process, it was inevitable that a portion would be lost. Furthermore, the Divine Wilderness Sword Essence had a special power that the Heavenly Wilderness Sword Essence did not have, which was why the conversion ratio was so large. As such, Chumu had two choices. One was the Heavenly Wilderness Sword Essence, and the other was to convert the Heavenly Wilderness Sword Essence into an even more powerful Divine Wilderness Sword Essence. The two could be converted into each other freely, but the conversion process required a certain amount of time. It was also mentioned that it was best to first cultivate the Divine Wilderness Sword Body before cultivating the Divine Wilderness Sword Manual. The strength of the Divine Wilderness Sword Essence would cause harm to one's body if one did not have the Divine Wilderness Sword Body to withstand it. The Divine Wilderness Sword Body was also based on the Heavenly Wilderness Sword Body, and was not much stronger than the Heavenly Wilderness Sword Body. Its greatest use was to withstand the Divine Wilderness Sword Essence. The third cultivation technique, Divine Wilderness Sword Seed Technique. It was a special sword forging cultivation technique. The Divine Wilderness Sword Seed Technique required one to find various precious materials and fuse them into a sword embryo. Then it would be planted into one's body and fuse with one's flesh and blood. The sword would grow with the person and become stronger. As a swordsman, it was best to only cultivate one sword. However, in the world of swordsmen, there were frequent battles. It was common for swords to be damaged, so it needed to be replaced. To increase one's strength, one needed to have a higher level and a better quality sword. To only cultivate one sword was like a slogan. It was difficult to truly implement. The Divine Wilderness Sword Seed Technique was born for this reason. After planting the sword embryo, one could only cultivate one sword. The Divine Desolate Sword Seed art had to be combined with the Divine Slaughter Soldier in order to be able to successfully cultivate it. Next was the second saint level cultivation technique, the Divine Wilderness Secret Record. The sword-soul separation technique was a very mystical, secret technique. The goal of cultivating it was to separate one sword soul. As everyone knew, when a swordsman cultivated to the divine condensation realm, they would have a sword soul. However, they would only have one sword soul. The sword-soul separation technique was to split the sword soul into two, becoming two sword souls. To a swordsman, the sword soul was like the heart of the body. It was extremely important. An additional sword soul meant an additional portion of power. However, right now, Chumu didn't understand the benefits of having multiple sword souls. Only after he learned them would he be able to truly experience and understand them in the future. The second secret technique of the Divine Desolate Secret Record, Divine Weapon of Slaughter, was a secret technique of slaughter. After killing the enemy, one could absorb the evil aura, and various other negative energies, and convert them into energy for the sword embryo to absorb. This would help the sword embryo to grow into a destiny sword. The destiny sword could continue to absorb energy, constantly changing its body and becoming stronger. Its quality would also constantly increase to royal grade, etc. Simply put, the Divine Wilderness Sword Seed Technique and the Divine Slaughter Soldier complemented each other and were inseparable. After reading everything, Chumu exhaled. He was certain that as long as he cultivated these two saint-level cultivation techniques, his strength would increase again. Chapter 862. Since he didn't know how to leave the divine, desolate, mystic realm, Chumu began to walk around. He split his attention into two. As he walked, he continued to temper his profound. This time he was tempering his profound cloud. His profound cloud had already reached the late 8th revolution. To temper it to the peak of the 9th revolution wasn't easy, but relatively speaking, he saved a lot of time compared to before. This allowed Chu Mu to take a big step towards his goal. As he walked, he tempered his profound cloud. If he saw any treasures, he would put them away. The divine, desolate mystic realm wasn't small. It seemed to have no end. Chu Mu walked along the mountain range, heading to the other side. Suddenly, the world changed. A loud rumbling sound rang out, shaking the surroundings. The entire mountain range seemed to collapse. Chu Mu was alarmed. He quickly looked around. He saw the air fluctuate and become dense. Endless fog seemed to emerge from the depths of space. The world changed. An aura that made Chu Mu tremble in fear also spread out. In the next moment, he saw a magical scene. From the end of the divine, desolate mystic realm's horizon, a figure appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was a yellowish-brown river. It surged forward endlessly, like an endless river. In the blink of an eye, the river rushed over. It was several thousand meters away from Chu Mu, 100 meters in the air. The void seemed to have turned into a river. This was an endless river. The yellowish-brown river was extremely rapid. As it rushed past, everything seemed to disappear. Trembling, horrifying, a heart-palpitating aura. It was as if as long as one was in this river, they would vanish into thin air. Their past and present lives would no longer exist. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. Chu Mu's heart rang with alarm. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Tide of time. Chu Mu suddenly realized and was shocked. Could this be the tide of time? The tide of time that contained the sands of time? Thinking of this, Chu Mu couldn't help but feel excited. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Chu Mu stared at the endless river surging past. He found that the yellowish-brown river contained a lot of sand, which was the same as the sands of time that he had seen before. Chu Mu immediately concluded that this was the tide of time. Tide of time, sands of time, time compass. These 3 words instantly flashed through Chu Mu's mind. He needed time, more time, and the sand of time was a very good way to obtain more time. Using the sand of time together with the time compass would allow him to obtain even more time. Although the time tide gave Chu Mu a very dangerous feeling, Chu Mu still wasn't willing to let go of this rare opportunity. There was no pattern to the appearance of the time tide. Even if there was a pattern, Chu Mu didn't know. This was because his understanding of the time tide was too limited. Now that the tide of time had appeared before him, and the temporal sand was a precious treasure that he desperately needed, he couldn't let it go. Rin Duxing encountered the time tide and was able to obtain the sand of time. Chu Mu believed that Rin Duxing's strength, when he encountered the time tide back, then might not have been as strong as his current strength. Taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling, Chu Mu calmed down. With a move of his body, he flew rapidly toward the time tide. Then he suddenly leaped up and reached a height of 100 meters. As he approached the time tide, although he couldn't fly here, he could still rely on the power of the profound to maintain a high altitude for a short period of time. As he got closer, the palpitations in his heart became even more intense. Looking at the yellowish-brown time tide at such a close distance, Chu Mu felt that even his thoughts were affected, as if they were about to be annihilated in the long river of time. He shook his head and suddenly became clear-headed. He dispelled the thought that his soul was about to be annihilated in the long river of time. He stuck to his heart, held on to his will without wavering, and wasn't disturbed by external things. Chu Mu's soul was strong, and his divine sense was powerful. He had already cultivated to the level of the beginning level of the spirit condensation realm. Of course, this was his own level. He was more than 10 times stronger than the average beginning level spirit condensation realm swordsman. All of this had created an even stronger will and consciousness, allowing him to control himself better. A powerful suction force was released from the time tide. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed onto Chumu's body. It constantly pulled, wanting to pull Chumu into the time tide. Chumu naturally had to resist. He didn't know what would happen if he entered the time tide, but it definitely wouldn't be anything good. He took out a sword and threw it forward. It was directly sucked into the time tide. Chumu saw a terrifying scene. He saw the royal grade sword rapidly dissipate under the scouring of the time tide. In just 3 breaths of time, it disappeared completely. It was as if it had been completely annihilated, leaving no trace of its existence. Terrifying, incomparably terrifying. How do I get the sands of time? A question popped up. Immediately, Chumu released the Sky Baron's sword essence and condensed it into a hand. He aimed at a grain of sands of time in the time tide and grabbed it regardless of its size. However, as soon as the hand of sword essence came into contact with the time tide, it immediately dissipated under the scouring of the time tide. This kind of dissipation felt very strange. It wasn't like smoke being blown away by the wind. It was a kind of complete disappearance. The past, present, and future all disappeared. That was the power of time. Time erased everything, leaving nothing behind. However, as soon as it came into contact with the sands of time, the hand of sword essence was annihilated. Chumu calmed down the shock in his heart and attacked again. This time, not only did he have the Sky Baron's sword essence, he also integrated the power of divine sense into it. It turned into a hand, an even stronger hand. It also maintained the flow of the sword essence and the power of divine sense, allowing it to replenish in time. He grabbed out and grabbed a grain of sands of time. As soon as the hand entered the time tide, Chumu felt as if he was obstructed by something. His speed became abnormally slow, and the power in the hand was constantly dissipating. Chumu struggled to maintain it. Finally, he grabbed a grain of sands of time and hurriedly withdrew it. Just as he grabbed the sands of time out of the time tide, the hand was once again completely obliterated. The sands of time fell downwards. Chumu's figure moved. Under the drive of the profound meaning of wind, he quickly rushed out and grabbed the sands of time. This sands of time was 1 size bigger than the low-grade sands of time. It should be a mid-grade sands of time. It had to be said that Chumu's luck was really good. The harvest was delightful. Chumu landed on the ground and jumped again. Under the drive of the power of wind, he came to the side of the time tide again. He mobilized the Sky Baron's sword essence and the power of divine sense. This time, he integrated some of the power of the heart sword. The hand appeared again and grabbed. With the power of the heart sword, the influence of the time tide seemed to have weakened a little. After grabbing a grain of sands of time, the hand withdrew from the time tide. After replenishing, the hand flicked and the grain of sands of time flew towards Chumu. This time, it was only a low-grade sands of time. As long as one didn't get close to the time tide and didn't come into contact with it, it would be fine. With the corresponding method, Chumu constantly used the power of sword essence, divine sense, and the power of the heart sword to form a hand to reach into the time tide again and again to grab the sands of time. The time tide wore down power very quickly. Not long after, Chumu felt that he had consumed a lot of power. He was a little weak. He landed on the ground again and took out some elixirs to consume. He sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate to recover. When he recovered about half of his power, Chumu quickly jumped into the air again because he was worried that the time tide would disappear. Once again, he grabbed the sands of time. Chumu didn't know how long the time tide would last. In short, he had to hurry and obtain as many sands of time as possible. Otherwise, once the time tide disappeared, he didn't know when he would encounter it again. Perhaps Chumu had already left the divine, desolate mystic realm. After leaving this time, he wouldn't have the chance to enter again. This was a rare opportunity, so he had to grasp it. The power of the time tide seemed endless. It surged from the distant and endless horizon and rushed to the endless horizon. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be annihilated. While harvesting the sands of time, Chumu also discovered that grabbing the sands of time from the time tide was a different kind of cultivation method. This was because he had to control the fusion of the infinite, desolate sword essence, divine sense, and the power of the heart sword. The higher the degree of fusion, the less the sands of time would be wiped out. In addition, Chumu had yet to truly break through to the divine condensation realm. Therefore, his control over the power of divine sense wasn't profound enough. Under the situation of constantly grabbing the sands of time, his control over the power of divine sense was also improving bit by bit. Collecting. When his strength was almost exhausted, Chumu landed on the ground to rest and recover his strength. When he recovered about half of his strength, he leaped up again and continued to collect the sands of time. The constant repetition and the need to maintain a high degree of concentration was very tiring. Rumbling sounds rang out once again as the world shook. Chumu saw that the time tide seemed to be gradually shrinking. The time tide was disappearing. In his shock, Chumu hurriedly increased his output. He didn't spare any energy to go all out. He wanted to collect as many sands of time as he could before the time tide disappeared. As Chumu collected the sands of time, he also controlled the profound meaning of wind to support his body. He flew rapidly in the direction of the time tide while collecting the sands of time. However, he still couldn't stop the time tide from disappearing. In front of Chumu, the time tide finally turned into a dot and disappeared without a trace. When the time tide disappeared, Chumu couldn't hold on any longer. He fell down and landed heavily on the ground. Dust flew up and he was in a sorry state. However, he was very happy, because he encountered the time tide and obtained quite a lot of sands of time from it. When he thought of the sands of time, Chumu immediately became happy. He hurriedly took out the sands of time from his interspatial ring. With a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately knew how much he had. He had obtained a total of 175 low-grade sands of time. There were fewer mid-grade sands of time, 68. There were even 13 high-grade sands of time. Such a harvest can be considered quite a lot, Chumu thought to himself. Once again collecting all the sands of time, Chumu sat down and began to recover his exhausted strength. When his strength recovered, he continued to move forward. Chapter 863. Peak Ninth Revolution, Wind Profound. Chumu's body was surrounded by the power of wind, allowing him to fly in the air for a short period of time. As he flew, Chumu was suddenly enveloped by a powerful and unpredictable force. He was unable to resist it and could only feel the scenery in front of him quickly turning blurry. His body could feel that this space was rejecting him very strongly. Chumu immediately reacted. He was leaving the divine, desolate mystic realm. Although he wanted to stay for a while longer, the power of the divine, desolate mystic realm was not something he could resist. He wondered how the heaven, desolate earth palace was doing. Were there fewer familiar faces and more unfamiliar ones? This time, Chumu appeared in a random spot in this small world. Before he saw anything, he heard a roar filled with killing intent. Following that, a terrifying wind blew. It was shockingly sharp. It was like a sharp claw that wanted to tear Chumu to pieces. With a thought, he unsheathed his sword. Following his instincts, he slashed out with his sword. It was extremely sharp and killed. His vision recovered. A huge, desolate beast was lying in a pool of blood. Its head had been slashed open by Chumu's sword. It was extremely miserable. He had been sent to a danger zone. Thankfully, it was only an intermediate danger zone. With Chumu's current strength, intermediate danger zones were unimpeded. In the outside world, he could fly freely. He sheathed his sword and soared into the sky. After finding a direction, he flew out with a boom. His speed was extremely fast. He was like a beam of light that streaked across the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. At several times the speed of sound, a few breaths after Chu Mu tore through the sky, there was an intense explosion in the air. It was extremely sharp. With such a high speed, it was not difficult to return to the divine, desolate mountain. Not long later, Chu Mu saw the huge, divine, desolate mountain. It had not changed much. After landing in the outer palace of the divine, desolate mountain, Chu Mu suddenly had a strange feeling. It was as if he had not left for long. How was this possible? One had to know that he had stayed in the divine, desolate, heavenly palace for more than 10 years. To him, more than 10 years was quite a long time. However, when Chu Mu understood, he was stunned. 1 month. From the second time he entered the divine, desolate, mystic realm until now, only a month had passed? How was this possible? Could it be that the years he spent in the divine, desolate, heavenly palace were all fake? Was it just an illusion? For a moment, Chu Mu's thoughts were in a mess. It took him a while to sort them out. The flow of time in the divine, desolate heavenly palace is different from the outside world. Finally, Chu Mu came to this conclusion. This was the only way he could think of to explain it. Although the flow of time was different from the outside world and sounded very mysterious, Chu Mu, who had personally witnessed the tide of time and experienced the power of the sand of time, wasn't surprised at all. Truly, perhaps only the power of time could cause such a disparity. Then, Chu Mu felt a burst of ecstasy. After spending more than 10 years in the divine, desolate, heavenly palace, and adding the time he spent in the divine, desolate, mystic realm, it was only a month in the outside world. This meant that Chu Mu had more than 10 years than others, allowing him to make great progress in all sorts of profound meanings. If not for the flow of time in the divine, desolate, heavenly palace, Chu Mu would have to spend more than 10 years in the outside world to cultivate to his current level. Powerful, it was simply too powerful. The power of time was truly incomparably terrifying and unpredictable. With an excited heart, Chu Mu returned to his room. The excitement in his heart gradually calmed down. Chu Mu took out the Heart Sword Secret Record and began copying it. Back when he obtained the Heart Sword Secret Record, Chu Mu had promised to give copy to the Heaven Desolate Earth Palace's Outer Palace disciple, Lin Feng. He hadn't done it before, but now he had to do it. After he finished copying, Chu Mu left his room to look for Lin Feng. After all, he was the #1 Outer Palace disciple. Once the news was sent out, someone immediately came to help find him. Lin Feng was quickly called before Chu Mu. Lin Rong asked me to pass this to you. Chu Mu handed the original Heart Sword Secret Record to Lin Feng and said directly. Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, unable to react. This was because he already knew of Lin Rong's death. After a while, Lin Feng received the Heart Sword Secret Record. He gave a sword salute to Chu Mu and left without saying a word. Chu Mu also did not say anything. He had settled a small matter of karma and no longer had anything to worry about. As for whether Lin Feng could master the Heart Sword Secret Record, that was not Chu Mu's responsibility. Whether he could master it or not depended on Lin Feng's own ability. Of course, if he could master it, then Lin Feng's fate might change because of it. He would embark on the path of a powerhouse. Otherwise, with Lin Feng's current talent, he would only be able to dominate ordinary swordsmen. Time was tight. After passing the Heart Sword Secret Record to Lin Feng, Chu Mu rented a secret room and planned to go into seclusion again. In the secret room, Chu Mu took out the time compass and middle-grade sand of time. In theory, middle-grade sand of time could only be withstood by a god condensation realm swordsman. In fact, it referred to the power of divine sense and a strong enough body to withstand the power of time. Chu Mu's cultivation was still in the origin realm, but he possessed the power of divine sense. His sky desolate sword physique had also reached the late 3rd stage, which was at the level of a god condensation realm swordsman. It was enough for him to withstand the power of middle grade sand of time. The low-grade sand of time's flow of time was twice as fast. The middle-grade sand of time doubled again, which was equivalent to 4 times. There were a total of 68 middle-grade sand of time, which could be used 6 times with the time compass. After calculating, in a month's time, the time compass embedded with the middle-grade sand of time would provide Chu Mu with 41 months of time. 6 times was equivalent to half a year's time. In total, it would be 246 months of time, which was more than 20 years. 20 years should be enough for me to refine all kinds of profound meanings to the limit of the 9th transformation. Chu Mu thought to himself. He was extremely excited. 20 years of time, but in reality it was only half a year in the outside world. After calming himself down, Chu Mu embedded 10 middle-grade sand of time into the time compass and activated it. A strange power enveloped Chu Mu's body, as if it was isolating him from the outside world. This feeling was very strange. It was as if he was isolated, but also connected. Time was precious. Chu Mu did not waste any time and immediately began refining. Cloud profound, ice profound, and thunder profound were all at the late 8th transformation. Space profound had reached the middle 5th transformation. As for the inspector crystals, he had consumed a large amount and did not have much left. Chu Mu only hoped that he could refine the cloud profound, ice profound, thunder profound, and space profound to the limit of the 9th transformation before the inspector crystals ran out. He took the initiative to refine the cloud profound. Time slowly passed in the outside world, but the time inside the time compass was also rapidly passing. The cloud profound was being refined bit by bit. Finally, the cloud profound reached the limit of the 8th transformation. Then it broke through the shackles and reached the early 9th transformation. It was as if he had entered a new world. The refinement of profound was different with every transformation. Especially in the later stages, the difference with every transformation was very obvious. Refinement, refinement, refinement. Without the enhancement of the divine, desolate, heavenly palace, the efficiency of the refinement had decreased. Fortunately, there was enough time. When 80 to 90% of the power of the intermediate sand of time was consumed, the cloud profound finally reached the limit of the 9th transformation. Chu Mu immediately shifted and took the initiative to refine the ice profound. At this time, the ice profound had reached the limit of the 8th transformation under the natural refinement of the inspector crystals. The thunder profound had also reached the limit of the 8th transformation. After a period of time, the ice profound successfully broke through and reached the early 9th transformation. Following that, it continued to improve under the refinement. This time, after the first round of middle grade sand of time's energy was exhausted, Chu Mu immediately inserted the second round. When the second round of sand of time's energy was exhausted by about 80%, the ice profound finally reached the limit of the 9th revolution. Meanwhile, the thunder profound naturally reached the initial stage of the 9th revolution. Although it was only the early 9th transformation and was very unstable, it was still a breakthrough to the 9th transformation. It was completely different. He continued to refine. Although there were many profound and the refinement efficiency would constantly decrease towards the end, it was also because when he took the initiative to refine one profound, the other profound would be refined by the inspector crystals, slowly increasing their purity. It would also save some time during the next refinement. The power of the third round of intermediate sand of time was also constantly consumed. When 90% of it was consumed, the thunder profound had finally reached the limit of the 9th transformation. In the end, only the space profound was left. The space profound was the most difficult to refine. Its might was also the strongest among Chu Mu's various profound. After 3 rounds of intermediate sand of time, it had been 3 months in the outside world. In the time boundary of the time compass, it had been a little more than 10 years. Naturally, under the refinement, the progress of the space profound was obvious. It had risen from the middle fifth transformation to the limit of the sixth transformation. He took out the demonic Een crystal and absorbed it into his spiritual world. His other profound meanings had already reached the limit of the ninth revolution, so he didn't need to consume the energy of the demonic Een crystal anymore. He used all of them on the profound meaning of space and used the 9 revolution heavenly shocking seal. Coupled with his powerful divine sense, he took the initiative to refine it. This was the first time Chu-Mu had taken the initiative to refine the space profound. The moment he started, he immediately felt the difficulty. Refining the space profound at the limit of the 6th transformation felt like refining other profound at the 8th transformation level. Fortunately, the time sand of time and the time compass's time boundary were still there. Otherwise, it would have taken him 100 years to refine the various profound to the limit. Under the time boundary, the space profound finally broke through to the early 7th transformation. The 4th round of intermediate sand of time was once again embedded into the time compass to continue the refinement. A large amount of Een specter crystals had also been consumed. There were not many left, which made Chu-Mu a little worried. After the 4th round of intermediate sand of time was consumed, the space profound reached the early 8th transformation. After the 5th round of intermediate sand of time was consumed, the space profound reached the limit of the 8th transformation. The 6th round of intermediate sand of time was now being embedded, which was also the last round. Chapter 864. The situation was not good. When the 6th round of intermediate sand of time was consumed, the profound of space had not reached the limit of the 9th revolution. It had only reached the late stage of the 9th revolution. This made Chu-Mu speechless. Fortunately, he still had the sand of time. If he spent a little more time, it was possible to refine it to the limit of the 9th revolution. However, he was speechless when he discovered that he had used up all the baleful Een crystals. Without the baleful Een crystals, the efficiency of the refinement would drop by several times. He would have to spend a lot more time. No matter how much he thought about it, he did not expect such a situation to occur. For a time, other than spending more time to refine it, Chu-Mu had no other choice. Without the intermediate sand of time, he could only use the elementary sand of time. Although the efficiency was lower, it was better than nothing. He had a total of 175 elementary sand of time. He could use the time compass 17 times. 1 month per time was equivalent to 11 months. The time compass was activated and the refinement began. After consuming 20 elementary sand of time, a total of 22 months, Chu-Mu managed to refine the profound of space to the limit of the 9th revolution. The sword intent, metal profound, wood profound, water profound, fire profound, earth profound, wind profound, cloud profound, ice profound, thunder profound. Now, the profound of space had also reached the limit of the 9th revolution. Chu-Mu could clearly feel that the profound of space at the limit of the 9th revolution was several times stronger than the other profound of space. The difference between the two was very obvious. Everything had reached the limit of the 9th revolution. It had also reached the limit of what Chu-Mu's soul could endure. He did not need to refine it anymore. Immediately he felt refreshed. This feeling was indescribably refreshing. It was like removing all the filth from his body, leaving him clean. Exhaling, Chu-Mu stood up. His eyes emitted an incomparably terrifying radiance. Colors flowed through his eyes. Amidst the multicolored radiance, it was exceptionally gorgeous. A powerful feeling filled his body. It was as if he could destroy the world if he let it all out. It was hard to imagine that all 10 profounds had reached the limit of the 9th revolution, and one of them was the extremely precious space profound. If word got out, who knew how many people would be scared silly? 10 types of power Upanishads had all reached the limit of the 9th revolution. Chu-Mu's potential was unimaginable. His future achievements were unimaginable. Since some of them have already reached the limit of the 9th cycle, it is time to break through, Chu-Mu secretly said. Still in this secret room, Chu-Mu took a short rest and began to break through. First, it was a breakthrough in his cultivation talent. Chu-Mu had long since cultivated the heaven-seizing grand art to a certain level. He was only one step away from breaking through. Now that he was continuing to cultivate it, he felt a little unfamiliar at first. It had been too long since he last cultivated it. However, it did not take long for him to familiarize himself with it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Chu-Mu sat cross-legged, motionless. At the end of the 3rd day, Chu-Mu's body trembled. An obscure golden light was released from the depths of his body. It was as if it had appeared from the deepest and most hidden part of his body. In an instant, it covered his entire body. An obscure and incomparably tough power spread throughout his body, from top to bottom, to every corner, to every cell. Chu-Mu could feel that his cells, his everything, from the inside to the outside, were undergoing some kind of change. It was a kind of qualitative change, a kind of metamorphosis, a deep-level metamorphosis of life. Cultivation talent was very elusive. The increase in cultivation level was also very mysterious and difficult to predict. This feeling did not last for long. Not long after it was over, Chu-Mu immediately felt that his 6 senses seemed to have improved. Everything around him seemed to have become clearer. In his body, a new power was constantly emerging. It's when I break through to the God condensation realm, Chu-Mu secretly said. The light in his eyes became even stronger. Along with the power of the increase in cultivation talent, Chu-Mu began to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. It was a huge leap from the astral realm to the God condensation realm. It was a huge gap that was difficult to cross. It was also not easy to break through. First, there was the increase in cultivation level. Secondly, there was the transformation of the sword origin. The sword origin of the God condensation realm was more condensed than that of the astral realm. To Chu-Mu, this wasn't difficult at all. Even after breaking through, he would need a period of time to convert his mental remembrance into mental remembrance. But this wasn't difficult at all. In fact, it was a piece of cake. After the breakthrough of the heaven-seizing great art, his cultivation talent had increased by a level. Chu-Mu's cultivation limit had reached the limit of the God condensation realm. With a thought, the sky-barren sword origin surged endlessly. It was like the water of a great river, crazily rushing through his meridians, creating a loud, rumbling sound. In an instant, an incomparably strong suction force was born from within his body. Chu-Mu quickly took out a large number of high-grade and king-grade barren stones and crushed them. He also took out a large number of upper-grade true barren pills and swallowed them. They were transformed into a powerful and pure energy current that filled his body. In an instant, a large amount of energy gathered within his body. Chu-Mu felt as if he was about to explode. He felt as if his entire body was about to explode and swell up. He quickly activated the 3rd level of the Sky Baron Sword Codex. That was the cultivation technique of the God condensation realm. Under the activation of the 3rd level of the Sky Baron Sword Codex, the path of the cultivation technique immediately changed. It contained more and more energy, and the swollen body quickly returned to normal. The rumbling sound became louder and louder. Chu-Mu's body felt as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses galloping endlessly. The meridians of the 3rd level of the Sky Baron sword body were many times stronger and could completely withstand such an impact. Under the control of the tyrannical spiritual will, all the energy was absorbed. Not a single bit was leaked, and not a single bit was wasted. The Sky Baron sword origin continued to absorb energy, compressing and condensing it. Its level was raised bit by bit, creating a qualitative change. Chu-Mu's breakthrough was the opposite of others. Other swordsmen would first break through their realm and cultivation, then transform their spiritual will into spiritual will, and train their body to the third level of the sky barren sword body. However, Chu Mu first possessed spiritual will and the third level of the sky barren sword body before breaking through his cultivation. It was much easier, but thinking about it, Chu Mu's method was actually more difficult. If not for the Tian Hun's spirit fusion pill and the sky barren body refinement liquid, he wouldn't have been able to do it. The energy from the outside world was constantly absorbed. Soon, the energy of the desolate stones and the upper grade, true desolate pills were all absorbed by Chu Mu. Chu Mu immediately took out a large amount of desolate stones and true desolate pills and absorbed them again. With a boom, the sky barren sword origin was condensed to the extreme. Then it exploded in an instant. His cultivation broke through the limit of the origin realm and reached the entry level of the God condensation realm. However, it didn't stop there. It continued to increase. The energy was constantly absorbed. After absorbing it, he took it out again and continued to absorb it. Fortunately, Chu Mu had a large amount of desolate stones. Many inner disciples couldn't compare with him. It was enough for him to absorb. Under the continuous absorption, Chu Mu's cultivation also steadily increased. He reached the entry level of the God condensation realm and stabilized it. Then he reached the peak of the entry level. Then he broke through again and reached the initial level of the God condensation realm. Then he continued to increase and reached the peak of the initial level of the God condensation realm. After reaching the peak of the initial level of the God condensation realm, the breakthrough finally stopped. His cultivation started to stabilize and his spiritual will started to break through. Like feedback, or like a breakthrough in his cultivation, his potential was unlocked. A large amount of power emerged from the depths of his soul and entered his spiritual world to be converted into divine sense power, making his divine sense power even purer. With another tremble, he broke through again, reaching the level of minor success in the God condensation realm. A God condensation realm swordsman's breakthrough required two aspects. One was the sword origin, and the other was the spiritual will. The two complemented each other and couldn't be omitted. Chu Mu's cultivation broke through from the peak of the origin realm to the peak of the initial level of the God condensation realm. Naturally, his spiritual will was also developed. It strengthened bit by bit until it matched his cultivation and reached the peak of the initial level of the God condensation realm. At this moment, Chu Mu could truly be considered a God condensation realm swordsman. However, his strength was many times stronger than an ordinary God condensation realm swordsman. The difference between the two was like a chasm. His face showed a sincere expression of joy. Originally, Chu Mu only planned to break through to the entry level of the God condensation realm. The best he could do was to reach the peak of the initial level of the God condensation realm. He didn't expect that he would break through to the peak of the initial level of the God condensation realm. It was one level higher than he expected. The difference between each level of the God condensation realm swordsman was very obvious. Powerful, an incomparably powerful feeling circled around his heart. With the breakthrough in his cultivation, his control over his spiritual will had also greatly increased. The current Chu Mu was sure that if it was before he broke through, he would be able to kill his opponent with a single sword strike. Divine condensation realm. My path of the sword has taken another step forward. Standing up, Chu Mu said with lofty aspirations that could break through the heavens. However, this is still not enough. I can still become even stronger. Muttering to himself, Chu Mu once again sat down cross-legged. He planned to continue cultivating in one go and cultivate the two saint-level techniques that he inherited from the divine, desolate, heavenly palace. He planned to cultivate everything until he reached a bottleneck before coming out of seclusion. At that time, once he became an inner palace disciple, he would have the absolute strength to sweep away all the inner palace disciples. First, he had to cultivate the heavenly desolate sword body to the limit of the third level. Fortunately, He still had some middle and upper grade true desolate pills that could speed up his cultivation. Once again, he embedded the low-grade sand of time into the time compass. After activating it, he began to cultivate the third level of the heavenly desolate sword body. His cultivation had broken through to the God condensation realm. With the help of sufficient true desolate pills, the effects of cultivating the third level of the heavenly desolate sword body were very good. It was very obvious. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. Endless cultivation. The third level of the heavenly desolate sword body had broken through to the late stage and was approaching the limit. Following that, the third level of the heavenly desolate sword body had also been cultivated to the limit. Chu Mu's body became even stronger. Next, he could cultivate the divine desolate sword body. The divine desolate sword body was not much stronger than the heavenly desolate sword body. However, it could resist the corrosion and destruction of the divine desolate sword essence. It was extremely important and was a prerequisite for cultivating the divine desolate sword essence. Chapter 865. Having the sands of time was equivalent to having more time. It had been 8 months since Chu Mu returned to the outer palace of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace. Under the power of the sands of time, Chu Mu had already spent more than 20 years. His sword intent and 10 profound meanings had all reached the limit of the 9th revolution. His cultivation talent had increased, and his cultivation had also broken through, reaching the peak of the small success stage of the divine condensation realm. After reaching the divine condensation realm, one could apply for the assessment to become an inner palace disciple. The treatment would be different from the outer palace disciples, and the cultivation environment would be better. But Chu Mu was not in a hurry. To him, the difference between the outer palace and inner palace was not that big. The most important thing was his own potential and strength. The divine wilderness sword body was based on the third level of the heavenly desolate sword body. Because it was only used to withstand the divine wilderness sword essence, it was not difficult to cultivate. It only consumed a bit more energy. Luckily, Chu Mu had picked up a large number of desolate stones in the divine wilderness mystic realm, so the energy supply was sufficient. In just half a month, Chu Mu had mastered the divine wilderness sword body. He only used the large amount of energy to make some slight changes and strengthen the heavenly desolate sword body. The divine wilderness sword body and the heavenly desolate sword body complemented each other. Every time he mastered a level of the heavenly desolate sword body, he could cultivate the corresponding level of the divine wilderness sword body. Because the heavenly desolate sword essence would transform, the transformed divine wilderness sword essence would also transform. It would be more powerful, and the erosion of the body would be more obvious. It required a stronger body to be able to withstand it. After he finished cultivating the divine wilderness sword body, he began to cultivate the divine wilderness sword art. The divine wilderness sword art was like a supplementary cultivation technique, but also like a secret technique. Its contents were very profound, but Chu Mu had already reached the basics, and it was so solid that it made people tremble. Adding his monstrous level of perception, almost no one could compare to him. Using 3 days, he carefully studied the divine wilderness sword art, comprehending the mysteries within one by one. Then he began to cultivate. As the saying goes, sharpening the blade will not delay the work of cutting wood. Only when the blade was sharpened enough would it be easy to cut wood. Chu Mu thoroughly comprehended the divine wilderness sword art and understood the mysteries within, so his cultivation was naturally smooth. Including the time spent comprehending the divine desolate sword art, Chu Mu spent a total of 15 days to successfully cultivate the divine desolate sword art. However, it was only at the initial stage. Exhaling, Chu Mu prepared to try the divine desolate sword art. Once activated, an incomparably pure sky desolate sword essence shot out from his dantian and began to condense according to the divine desolate sword art. The surging sky wasteland sword essence in his meridians began to revolve in a spiral manner. Under the powerful axial force, it constantly condensed inwards. Its volume gradually shrank, its density constantly increased, and its color constantly deepened. This required a process. Chu Mu controlled the entire process with his spiritual sense. His consciousness could feel that the sky wasteland sword essence was undergoing a qualitative change. It was a transformation that originated from a deep level. A terrifying power was contained within. The originally yellowish-brown sky wasteland sword essence gradually deepened in color, becoming a dark brown color and then turning black. 60 breaths later, Chu Mu felt that the sky wasteland sword essence had reached its limit. It could no longer condense and compress it any further. This was the final and most crucial step. As though he was going all out, Chu Mu's spiritual sense instantly increased by 10 times. It was extremely compressed, and with a boom, the sky wasteland sword essence that had been condensed to the limit seemed to explode. Chu Mu only felt that his consciousness was shaken. When he returned to normal in an instant, he saw a dark brown sword essence flowing in his meridians. It was 10 times finer than the sky wasteland sword essence, and it did not seem to have much power. With a shift of his consciousness, the dark brown sword essence was immediately transported, spreading to his arm, straight to his fingers. His index finger and middle finger were like a sword, slashing through the void, cutting towards the ground. In order to prevent the person in seclusion from being disturbed by the outside world, a lot of thought was put into the construction of the seclusion chamber. The materials used were also very valuable. The hardness and toughness had reached a certain level, and various seals had been strengthened. Previously, Chu Mu had also made an attempt. With a slash of his sword, with 50% of its power, he wanted to see if it could destroy the seclusion chamber. In the end, it was not damaged at all. Now, about 10% of the divine desolate sword essence had been condensed into a sword finger. The air was silently sliced apart. The dark brown sword essence, condensed like a strand of hair, was like a long whip that lashed against the wall of the seclusion chamber, making a poochie sound. In just a breath's time, the dark brown divine desolate sword essence shattered, turning into specks of light that drifted away. On the wall of the seclusion chamber, a scratch silently appeared. One of the seals had actually been eroded and disappeared. Even the tough wall had a fine mark on it. Compared to other sword essences, the sky wasteland sword essence's specialty was its erosion, but the effect was not obvious. After being condensed into the divine, desolate sword essence, this specialty was strengthened by tens or hundreds of times. It was extremely terrifying, and even the walls of the seclusion chamber could not withstand it and were directly destroyed. However, the time it took to use the divine, desolate sword art was slightly longer. In a battle that lasted for a moment, every breath of time was extremely precious. 60 breaths of time had greatly reduced the practicality of this cultivation technique. However, the time could be shortened because Chu Mu was only at the initial stage of mastering it. To cultivate the divine, desolate sword art from scratch, one had to rely on a high level of perception. But after the initial stage of mastering it, one needed to have enough patience. One had to slowly grind it down, slowly cultivate it, and use it many times to increase one's proficiency. Only then would it gradually increase the efficiency and shorten the time. With a thought, the dark brown divine, desolate sword essence immediately spiraled backwards and dispersed. Its color quickly faded, as though it was being diluted in water, and returned to the sky, wasteland sword essence. After checking, he realized that the sword finger test had consumed some of the sky, wasteland sword essence. The divine desolate sword art should be a trump card that should not be used easily. Chu Mu thought to himself, not only did the divine desolate sword art require time to be used, using the divine desolate sword essence to attack also consumed 100 times more than the sky, wasteland sword essence. It could not be sustained in battle. Now that Chu had been in seclusion for 9 months, he had already mastered the divine, desolate sword art and the divine, desolate sword body. Next, he had planned to cultivate the divine, desolate sword seed art. Unfortunately, the divine, desolate sword seed art was not something that could be cultivated as he wished. It required the divine, desolate sword essence and the divine, desolate sword body. Chu already had these 2 points, but he was still lacking in the 3rd point, which was materials. The materials required for the divine, desolate sword seed art sword embryo were extremely precious and rare. It required a total of 99 types of materials. After Chu counted them, he realized that he only had 50 of them. Among the 99 types of materials, the value of these 50 materials was considered relatively low. He had to gather the other 49 types of even more precious materials before he could begin cultivating the divine, desolate sword seed art. According to the current situation, this cultivation plan could only be temporarily shelved. Since he could not cultivate the divine, desolate sword seed art, he naturally could not cultivate the divine soldier massacre mystic technique. As for the rest, Chu shifted his target to another mystic technique, sword soul separation technique. The purpose of cultivating this mystic technique was to split the sword soul into 2 and form 2 great sword souls. At the beginning, he could not feel any benefits, but later on he would understand the benefits of having 2 great sword souls. Chu began to spend time to carefully comprehend this mystic technique. In terms of difficulty, the sword soul separation technique was not as difficult as the divine desolate sword art. In 2 days, Chu had completely comprehended it. However, he frowned because, in terms of difficulty, the sword soul separation technique was several times harder than the divine desolate sword art. Sword soul separation technique, as the name implied, was to split the sword soul into 2. This was an extremely dangerous action and also very painful. If one was not careful, it could cause the sword soul to collapse. The sword soul was extremely important to a divine condensation realm swordsman. Once it collapsed, the divine condensation realm swordsman's foundation would be damaged, and it would be difficult to recover. Even if it was painful and dangerous, Chu still decided to cultivate the sword soul separation technique. Pain? Ever since he started cultivating the sword, he had suffered a lot of pain. 1 more was nothing. Damaged foundation? This was also nothing. If he wanted to gain something, he had to bear the corresponding danger. There was no free lunch in this world. The principle was the same. The greater the gain, the greater the price. As a swordsman, he had to have such a mentality. He had to bear every challenge and use his own sharpness to cut through all obstacles. After he finished comprehending, he began cultivating. He focused all of his mind and raised it. He used all of his divine sense to extract the peak 9 revolutions, sword intent, from the sword soul. The golden sword intent emitted an endless sharpness. When it was extracted from the sword soul, it was like a divine sword being unsheathed. The sound of the sword rang out and reverberated in his spiritual world. That sharpness made Chu feel a chill. The divine sense turned into a palm and grabbed the peak 9 revolutions, sword intent by the hilt. As if he was holding a sword, he began to wave it. The sword soul was right in front of him. The cultivation of the sword soul separation technique was a bit violent. It was to use one's own sword intent to cooperate with the divine sense to turn into a peerless divine sword and cut the sword soul in half with 1 strike. 1 sword strike. Only 1 sword strike could split the sword soul into 2. Otherwise, the sword soul would be damaged. Focus. This strike could not be careless. Chu brought out all of his swordsmanship attainments and slashed out with his sword. It was wonderful. This was the peak of the sword. It contained everything. It was an indomitable sword. It was a sword of the strongest belief. Even if it was heaven and earth, it would be cut apart. With 1 strike, the extremely sharp sword intent immediately cut the hard sword soul in half. In an instant, It was cut in a straight line from top to bottom. For a moment, Chumu felt as if his head had been cut open. He almost fainted. His tenacious will allowed him to hold on. He quickly wrapped the two halves of the sword soul with his divine sense and began to condense them. While enduring the pain of his head being cut open, he also had to concentrate on controlling the divine sense to condense a new sword soul. Not long after, 2 new sword souls were condensed. Compared to the previous sword souls, they were about half the size and their power was reduced by half. This was something that could not be helped. He could only slowly cultivate to recover. Next, it was the sword intent. He had to separate the sword intent and merge it into the 2 sword souls. Chapter 866. In his spiritual world, the peak 9th revolution sword intent was divided into 2 equal halves and entered the sword soul that was also divided into 2 halves, merging into 1. The 2 halves of the sword intent were also at the peak 9th revolution, so their purity was not affected, but the quantity was reduced by half. It would take a period of time to cultivate slowly to recover. The same was true for the sword soul. When the sword intent entered the sword soul and merged into 1, the 2 sides fed back to each other and the speed of recovery increased. If possible, it was best not to use the sword intent before it recovered to its original state, so as not to affect the speed of recovery. After mastering the sword soul divide technique, he spent a bit of time consolidating it and reflecting on his past cultivation. After organizing his thoughts and gains, he practiced his sword techniques before coming out of seclusion. 10 months had passed, and there were 8 mid-level sand of time left, 135 low-level sand of time left, and 13 high-level sand of time that had not been used yet. By now, Chumu's cultivation had reached a certain level, and he was ready to apply for the assessment to become an inner disciple. The application was not difficult, and it was easily achieved. There was nothing to be surprised about. The assessment was also arranged immediately. The so-called assessment was to verify whether one had really reached the spirit condensation realm. Chumu had already achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation and the condensation of his spiritual force, so he immediately passed the assessment and became an inner disciple. His identity sword token also changed. Chumu was the number 1 outer disciple, and his performance in the Outer Palace Centennial competition was even more shocking, making many people remember him. After that, the great elder of the True Palace wanted to take him as a disciple, but Chumu refused. However, the elders of the True Palace paid more attention to Chumu. Under the instructions of some people, everything that Chumu did when he returned to the Heaven Wasteland Palace would be reported. As a matter of fact, Chumu had just become an inner disciple, and before he was arranged a residence, he was immediately found by an inner disciple and asked to follow Chumu to the True Palace. Chumu was a little confused, but he still headed for the True Palace. The inner palace elder who had led the way was really only there to lead the way. He left when he reached the main hall, and Chumu entered the main hall of the True Palace himself. This was Chumu's second time entering the main hall of the True Palace. As soon as he entered, he immediately felt the change in atmosphere. In this place, he couldn't raise any other thoughts in his heart, only solemn and a trace of vicissitudes of life. It was as if no distracting thoughts dared to emerge. In the fog, Chumu saw that all 18 elders were present, as well as the 3 palace masters. However, Chumu couldn't see their faces. Standing in the great hall, compared to the enormous palace and the 19 powerful sword saints, Chumu seemed so insignificant. However, his unyielding spirit towered over the heavens and earth. He stood proudly. Even if he was petty, he still had an inch of land under his feet. He stood tenaciously in front of everyone. The 3 palace masters didn't speak, nor did the 18 elders. They didn't even move like 19 statues. The aura that they naturally exuded mixed with the aura of the True Palace that had settled down over the years. It was as heavy as a mountain. Ordinary inner disciples, even the number 1 inner disciple, like Ho Chi Minh, wouldn't be able to stay here for long. They would probably collapse after 60 breaths of time and would have to leave the main hall. Otherwise, it would leave a psychological shadow. However, Chumu was different. Although the pressure of the true palace was great, it was not enough to make him retreat. It must be known that the strength of his soul was more than 10 times that of most divine condensation realm swordsmen. His spiritual sense was also more than 10 times that of those at the peak of the initial divine condensation realm. His sword intent had reached the limit of the 9th revolution, and his 10 profound meanings had all reached the limit of the 9th revolution as well. This greatly increased his resistance and tolerance to aura. Unless it was a sword saint who directly released their aura to target Chumu, it would be impossible to shake Chumu's mind if they just released their aura naturally without any specific target. It was like a competition of endurance. The 19 sword saints didn't move, and neither did Chumu. They were in a stalemate. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. This was not a long time, but it wasn't short at all when combined with the current environment. Chumu, do you know why I've summoned you? The 3 palace masters finally spoke. I don't know. Chumu answered very honestly. He really didn't know and was puzzled. However, he was able to keep his composure. If they wanted to wait, then so be it. Wait a little longer and you'll know, the 3 palace masters said with a smile. They continued to wait. Indeed, a quarter of an hour later, in the empty seat next to the 3rd palace master, a figure silently appeared. Chumu didn't even have time to react before the figure completely appeared. It was as if it had been sitting there from the beginning, but had just been ignored by others. Greetings to the 2nd palace master. Immediately, the 18 elders of the true palace rose one after another and gave a slight sword salute to the figure that had just appeared. 2nd palace master. Chumu was shocked. Ever since he entered the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace, he knew that there were 3 palace masters, but he had always been in contact with the 3rd palace master. He didn't expect that the 2nd palace master would also appear now. Combined with the words of the 3rd palace master, the 2nd palace master seemed to have come for him. Thinking of this, although Chumu did not panic, he was even more puzzled. What was it that made the 2nd palace master summon him? There was no need to think too much. Soon he would know. Chumu, you have been to the divine, desolate, mystic realm, right? The 2nd palace master asked, his voice a little hoarse. Yes. Chumu's expression did not change as he directly answered. He had been to the divine, desolate, mystic realm, so of course he had. Together with Ho Qingming and the other 30 inner palace disciples, they were all upper echelons of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace, so they all knew about it. I'm talking about your 2nd time entering the divine, desolate, mystic realm. The moment the 2nd palace master said this, Chumu's pupils trembled for a moment before returning to normal. However, the 18 elders exclaimed in surprise. It was common knowledge that everyone only had one chance to enter the divine, desolate, mystic realm, and it was only for a month. They had never heard of anyone entering the divine, desolate, mystic realm a 2nd time. In addition, the opening of the divine, desolate, mystic realm required the cooperation of 8 true palace elders. Every time it was opened, it would consume a large amount of energy. The price was not small. Besides, they had not opened it a 2nd time. How could Chumu have entered the divine, desolate, mystic realm a 2nd time? The 18 elders looked at Chumu in shock. Chumu did not expect that his 2nd time entering the divine, desolate, mystic realm would be known. It had to be known that his actions were very secretive. Chumu, there is no need to be surprised. I saw you enter the divine, desolate, mystic realm a 2nd time. The 3rd palace master explained with a smile. Chumu's brows slightly creased. He was a bit unhappy in his heart. He had already thought of something. This 3rd palace master was definitely paying attention to him. With a sword saint's mental strength, or perhaps soul strength, if he wanted to investigate him, he wouldn't be able to discover it. It was fine if he did not know that he was being monitored, but once he knew, no one would feel good. Chu-mu, don't take it to heart. I wasn't always paying attention to you. When you returned from the divine, desolate mystic realm, I ordered people to pay attention to your movements. I felt that you might have obtained the divine, desolate order in the divine, desolate mystic realm and have a chance to enter the divine, desolate mystic realm again. The third palace master also saw Chu-mu frown. He seemed to understand the displeasure in Chu-mu's heart and explained, "The moment you left the heaven desolate earth palace, I received a report. I immediately left the heaven desolate earth palace to determine if you would enter the divine, desolate mystic realm again." After the explanation, the third palace master seemed to let out a sigh of relief. His attitude was sincere, so Chu-mu didn't mind it too much. However, it wasn't so easy to make the displeasure in his heart disappear like smoke. However, there was nothing to fuss about at the moment. "Chu-mu, I have always been direct with my words. This time, when you entered the divine, desolate mystic realm, did you enter the divine, desolate heavenly palace?" The second palace master's hoarse voice carried a trace of impatience. He emphasized again, "This matter is of great importance to the heaven desolate earth palace." "Yes." Chu-mu thought for a moment before replying. "Then, did you obtain the inheritance of the divine, desolate heavenly palace?" The second palace master stood up, his aura fluctuating due to his excitement. "Yes." Chu-mu replied again. "What inheritance did you obtain?" The second palace master sat down again and asked, "Was it the divine, desolate sword manual and the divine, desolate mystic records?" It could be seen that the second palace master had a deep understanding of the divine, desolate mystic realm. "Yes." Chu-mu nodded. Good, good, good." The three words "good" explained the excitement in the second palace master's heart. My heaven desolate earth palace's founder left behind his last words. In the future, any disciple of the heaven desolate earth palace that meets the requirements can enter the divine, desolate mystic realm. The creation of the heaven desolate earth palace is inseparable from the divine, desolate mystic realm. It can be said that without the divine, desolate mystic realm, there would be no heaven desolate earth palace. The third palace master added, "Back then, the founder of the heaven desolate earth palace obtained the inheritance in the divine, desolate mystic realm. He obtained the heaven desolate sword manual and other cultivation techniques to create the heaven desolate earth palace. His last words mentioned that in the future, if someone were to obtain the inheritance of the divine, desolate heavenly palace in the divine, desolate mystic realm, they would inherit the heaven desolate earth palace and become the true master of the heaven desolate earth palace." The second palace master continued. Chu-mu's body trembled. Did that mean that he could become the true master of the heaven desolate earth palace? However, on second thought, this did not seem to be a good thing. At least, Chu-mu was not interested in such matters. Since the creation of the heaven desolate earth palace, it naturally has its own rules. Although I have obtained the inheritance of the divine, desolate heavenly palace, I have no intention of doing so. My goal is only to reach the peak of Sword Dao. Chu-mu went straight to the point. I am a disciple of the heaven desolate earth palace, and I am willing to contribute to the development of the heaven desolate earth palace. As for becoming the master of the heaven desolate earth palace, the three palace masters are more suitable than me. This was Chu-mu's honest words. However, if Chu-mu really agreed to become the master of the heaven desolate earth palace, the second palace master and the third palace master might not feel happy about it. In that case, Chu-mu, why don't you be the fourth palace master of the heaven desolate earth palace from now on? The third palace master said. No, it should be the young palace master, the one and only young palace master. The second palace master said. Chapter 867. Just like that, Chu-mu became the young palace master of the heaven wasteland earth palace. Now, this was just a status symbol. In name, he was also the master of the heaven wasteland earth palace. but he was separated from the other 3 palace masters. The treatment of a young palace master was naturally not something an inner palace disciple could compare to. Simply put, Chu Mu could freely use many of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace's resources, because he was now the master of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace. He was the kind of master who did not need to be managed. Chu Mu did not object. This news was immediately spread. In one day, all the inner and outer palace disciples of the true palace knew about it. Chu Mu's name, which had been cool for a long time, once again became a hot topic. Everyone was surprised when they heard about it. Chu Mu had become the young palace master of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace? Who was Chu Mu? He was one of the new disciples of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace's outer palace. It was said that his sword intent and profound had been permanently sealed, and that he had no hope of breaking through in his lifetime. He could only mingle among the outer palace disciples for the rest of his life. However, in the 100-year tournament of the outer palace, he had shocked the world with a single feat. He had displayed extraordinary sword skills, repeatedly defeating his opponents to advance, and had even displayed the peak of the 6th revolution, sword intent. It was not strange to have sword intent. What was strange was that it was rumored that his sword intent had been permanently sealed. How could he still use sword intent? Then, when he encountered a strong opponent, when everyone thought that Chu Mu was going to be defeated, he erupted with sword intent that had reached the 7th revolution. In the end, he defeated the most popular candidate, Nan Wu, and won first place in the 100-year tournament, becoming the #1 outer palace disciple. After that, Chu Mu offended the inner palace disciples. After he gradually quieted down, he once again defeated Nan Wu, who had become even more powerful. This proved to everyone that Chu Mu was still the #1 outer palace disciple. In addition, Chu Mu had entered the divine wilderness mystic realm with the top 30 inner palace disciples. He had come out alive, so he must have obtained a lot of benefits. In short, there were too many topics about Chu Mu. He had once again become the center of attention. Regarding the appointment of Chu Mu as the young palace master, the outer palace disciples expressed their approval, and no one objected. However, the inner palace disciples' opposition was very fierce, and the true palace disciples had the attitude of watching a good show. There were 3 palace lords in the Heaven Wasteland Palace, and all matters, big and small, were basically decided by the palace lords and the elders of the true palace. But in the end, the Heaven Wasteland Palace was not a place where one person had the final say and acted arbitrarily. When the majority of the disciples had the same opinion, but went against the decision of the Heaven Wasteland Palace, the higher-ups of the Earth Palace would also reconsider the feasibility of the decision. How can a mere outer palace disciple become the young palace master? I object. Chu Mu is not qualified to be the young palace master. As far as I know, there is no record of the young palace master in the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace. Even if there is a precedent, I don't think Chu Mu is qualified. I think I am also qualified to be the young palace master. Almost all the inner palace disciples voiced their opposition, forming a storm of opposition that became more and more intense. This included the top 30 inner palace disciples. Although a portion of them did not directly oppose, their words showed their attitude. They did not recognize Chu Mu as the young palace master. In fact, it was very normal in retrospect. They did not know that Chu Mu had already become an inner palace disciple. As an outer palace disciple, no matter how talented he was, even if he might surpass them in the future, that was a matter for the future. At the very least, in terms of status, they were superior to Chu Mu. Logically, Chu Mu should call them senior brothers. However, Chu Mu had become the young palace master. From now on, their status would be completely different. When they met Chu Mu, they would have to stop and greet him as young palace master to show their respect for Chu Mu. If Chu Mu was a true palace disciple, they would have nothing to say. However, they all knew that Chu Mu was only an outer palace disciple and was also a newly recruited disciple. It was difficult for them to change their minds. In less than 3 days, the inner palace disciples were in an uproar. There were all kinds of objections and protests. The elders of the inner palace could not suppress them, especially when there were the shadows of the top 30 inner palace disciples and the true palace disciples adding fuel to the fire. The elders of the inner palace did not dare to forcefully suppress them. They could only report this matter to the true palace and let the third palace master and true palace elders make a decision. Young palace master, what do you think of this matter? The ball was kicked to Chu Mu. Now that Chu Mu was the young palace master of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace, his residence had been moved to the true palace. He had a small palace to himself. The treatment and environment were many times better than the rooms in the outer palace. The difference was like heaven and earth. If you don't accept it, then let's fight, Chu Mu decisively said. If he did not accept the title of young palace master, it would have been fine. But now that he had accepted it, there was no reason to give up. If you don't accept it, then let's fight. Use strength to prove it. Okay, if you don't accept it, then let's fight. The third palace master clapped his hands and smiled. Spread the news. Half a month later, any inner palace disciple who does not accept Chu Mu as the young palace master will have a chance to challenge Chu Mu. If they defeat Chu Mu, they will receive a generous reward from the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace. And if Chu Mu loses, his title of young palace master will be revoked. But on the other hand, if Chu Mu defeats all the inner palace disciples who do not accept it, then the title of young palace master will live up to his name. The third palace master finally added, Chu Mu, what do you think of this arrangement? The time is set for 1 month later. Chu Mu simply replied, Okay. 1 month later at the inner palace martial arts practice field, the third palace master finally made the decision. The news naturally spread. How bold! Arrogant. And the news that Chu Mu had passed the inner palace assessment and had advanced to the divine condensation realm was also known by everyone. So what if his cultivation base has broken through to the divine condensation realm? A mere divine condensation realm swordsman who has just broken through can't even use the power of divine consciousness freely. What strength does he have to speak of? 1 month. I guess he intends to use this 1 month to cultivate and increase his strength. It's useless. If it was a few years, perhaps his strength would increase by leaps and bounds, surpassing many inner palace disciples. But a mere 1 month, humph. It's too short, it's useless. 1 month it is. 1 month later, I'll let Chu Mu understand that he is not qualified to hold the title of young palace master. After the various discussions directed at Chu Mu, they quieted down. However, there was also the tense and oppressive atmosphere of a coming storm. Everyone seemed to have gathered their strength. They were only waiting for the challenge to begin in a month. At that time, they would definitely defeat Chu Mu in front of many people and make everyone understand that Chu Mu simply didn't have the qualifications to become the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace's young palace master. They rubbed their fists and prepared to defeat Chu Mu, while Chu Mu returned to his own small palace. There were many small palaces like this in the true palace, and the owners were either palace masters or elders of the true palace. The small palace was about a few hundred square meters in size. There was a living room, a bedroom, a cultivation room, and a sword practice room. There was also an underground secret room for seclusion. There was also a large front yard. The layout was quite nice, and the scenery was beautiful. The most important thing was that the desolate chi here was dozens of times purer than in the outer palace. It was also hundreds of times richer than in the outer palace. Cultivating in such a place would definitely increase one's cultivation base faster. It was an excellent cultivation environment. In the sword practice room, there was a sword steel to test one's power and so on. It was well equipped and very professional. Moreover, it was said that there would be sword servants and so on. In short, this was the treatment of an elder of the true palace, although the arranged sword servants were not in place yet. As for the matter of being nominated as the young palace master, Chumu only agreed after much consideration. This was because the status of a young palace master was very high. Although he did not directly participate in the management of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace, he could use the resources of the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace, just like the 3 palace masters. Of course, there was a limit to the amount he could use, but at least it was good. The Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace had been established for many years, and there were countless treasures stored in it. It was very rich, and even if he could only use a small part of it, it would be of great benefit to Chumu. For example, to cultivate the divine wasteland sword seed technique, Chumu only had 50 of the 99 precious materials. For the remaining 49, he placed his hopes on the Heaven Wasteland Earth Palace's storage. It was just that he did not have time now, and had to wait until he really became the young palace master to slowly choose. The reason he agreed to be challenged, and the time was set to be 1 month later, was because Chumu wanted to make some preparations first. The cultivation of the sword-soul separation technique required the sword soul and sword intent to be divided into 2, which required time to recover. Obviously, 1 month's time was far from enough. Chumu planned to use the power of the low-grade sand of time to turn 1 month into 11 months. At that time, even if he did not fully recover, he would be able to recover a part of it. At least when he used it, his foundation would not be damaged. In addition, Chumu had already cultivated the Heaven Wasteland sword technique to the point of merging the 99 forms. The 99 forms of the Heaven Wasteland sword technique were fused into 1 sword. Chumu had also fused the initial stage, advanced stage, and extreme stage powers together. He had truly reached the limit, and was only a fine line away from the next realm. The next breakthrough was to become one with the sword. He planned to use this 1 month's time to comprehend and cultivate, and strive to truly reach the realm of one with the sword in terms of power control. At that time, his attack power would be greatly enhanced. If he had enough time after breaking through to the realm of one with the sword, Chumu also planned to study sword skills, and strive to create some sword skills for himself to better display the power of the realm of one with the sword. Wholeheartedly cultivating, in a better environment, the effects of cultivation would be even more obvious. Day after day passed, and the inner palace disciples who were prepared to challenge Chumu did not relax either. Although they did not put Chumu in their eyes, cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If you did not advance, you would fall behind. No matter what, it would definitely be beneficial to them. Time passed as they cultivated. In the blink of an eye, a month's time had passed. Chapter 868. The Inner Palace martial arts practice field was packed with people. Almost all the Inner Palace disciples had gathered here because something big was about to happen. In the corner, there were also some true palace disciples and elders of the Inner Palace. The soul power of the second palace master, the third palace master, and the elders of the true palace spread out from the true palace and covered the entire Inner Palace martial arts practice field. Why isn't Chumu here yet? Is he scared? That's right. If he's scared and doesn't dare to come, he might still be able to keep the title of Young Palace Master. Ho Qingming and the other members of the 7-Sword Tower gathered together and didn't say anything. The main task of the Outer Palace disciples was to cultivate and strive to become an Inner Palace disciple as soon as possible. After becoming an Inner Palace disciple, the speed of cultivation would slow down greatly, which meant that the swordsman would stay in the spirit condensation realm for a longer time. Some even didn't know when they could break through and become a sort of Gojosian and become a true palace disciple. Strictly speaking, the resources provided by the Heaven Wasteland Palace and the rewards from the Outer Palace were not unlimited due to various factors. How could one obtain more from these limited resources? If one were to rely solely on their own strength, they might not be able to do it even if they wanted to. Only by joining forces could they fight for more resources. Hence, the emergence of organized forces. The 7-Sword Tower had the smallest number of people, but was the most powerful. There were also the 100 Swords Alliance and the Sword Flower Pavilion. Just as the inner palace disciples were about to cause a ruckus amidst countless discussions, Chumu arrived late. He was so immersed in his cultivation that he forgot about the time. Fortunately, the power of the sands of time had been used up, so he woke up and remembered that he had to accept repeated challenges from the inner palace disciples today. Although he was late, Chumu was not in a hurry. Looking at his light and leisurely pace, he didn't look like he was here to fight, but to sightsee. Chumu's attitude caused a few people to show interested expressions. It also caused a portion of the inner palace disciples' eyes to spit fire and grind their teeth. They wanted nothing more than to pounce on Chumu and beat him up if they could. My time is limited. Whoever is unconvinced, let's see who's stronger with my sword, Chumu said as soon as he arrived at the sword battle arena. His words were like adding oil to the fire, causing those inner palace disciples who were already very angry to explode like a bomb that had been ignited. Who do you think you are? You really think of yourself as the young palace master. Bastard, I'll let you know that you're not qualified at all. Speaking of which, these swordsmen's ability to curse was very limited. No matter how angry they were, they could only say a few words. Chumu's face was indifferent. He let the angry inner court disciples curse him, but he did not respond. Around the battle arena, 7 or 8 inner palace elders worked together to set up a layer of protection with the help of treasures. It was similar to a barrier, preventing the sword light waves from reaching the crowd during the battle. It also allowed the combatants to fight to their heart's content. I'll go first for this round. A strong figure leaped out of the crowd and landed on the battle arena. He grinned at Chumu, revealing his white teeth. Chumu, I still remember clearly what I said back then. When you become an inner palace disciple, I'll treat you well. Please. Chumu glanced at the other party. It was Niu Bao, the inner palace disciple who wanted to snatch the prize for first place in the 100 Years tournament from his hands. He was from the so-called 100 Swords Alliance. Not to mention now, even if Chumu's cultivation had not broken through before, if he wanted to kill a God Condensation Realm swordsman like Niu Bao, it would definitely be a one-hit kill. Now, if he did not accept the challenge, he would not even be interested in fighting. Chumu's nonchalant attitude, as if he did not care about him, instantly infuriated Niu Bao. Watch me chop you up. With a roar, he was like a mad bull. He pulled out his sword and raised it up high. He quickly stepped forward, his aura skyrocketing. With a slash of his sword, it seemed like even a mountain would be split in half. It had to be said that although Niu Bao had a bad temper, he was truly talented and had a solid foundation. Among the swordsmen in the same realm, his strength was not bad. However, his opponent was not anyone else but Chumu. Niu Bao rushed over with big steps. The sword he raised seemed to be able to split a mountain. His aura was shocking. With a slash of his sword, Chumu felt the air in front of him being split apart, as if the space was being sliced apart. Niu Bao's body was full of flaws. He held his sword in his hand and did not unsheath it. He just calmly looked at Niu Bao's furious slash. Chumu's figure was instantly split from head to toe. However, Niu Bao's expression changed. His sword did not feel like it had cut through a real body. It was just an afterimage. Just as he realized this, Niu Bao felt a heavy blow to his ribs. A tyrannical force spiraled into his body. Instantly, all of his strength leaked out like a punctured balloon. With a bang, he fell forward. His strong and tall body caused the arena to tremble slightly. Some people did not see the change in that instant, but those who saw it were shocked. In that instant, Chumu had dodged with extreme speed, leaving behind an afterimage. Then he used the tip of his sword to strike Niu Bao's ribs, right under Niu Bao's flaw. Without unsheathing his sword, just a casual strike from the tip of his sword was enough to defeat Niu Bao. One must know that Niu Bao's cultivation was at the peak of the initial level of the spirit condensation realm. Niu Bao raised his butt and fell on the battle arena like a wild goose. He struggled to get up. His whole body was still feeling numb, and it was very uncomfortable. He glared at Chu Mu with shame and anger. He really did not have the face to continue staying here. He madly ran off the battle arena and left. It was simply too embarrassing. The people of the Hundred Swords Alliance also had ugly expressions. Some even cursed in their hearts. Niu Bao was really a piece of trash. You only have this one chance. If you don't fight, you will have to respectfully call me Young Palace Lord when you meet me in the future. Chu Mu looked around and said indifferently. Originally, when they saw Chu Mu casually defeating Niu Bao, many people hesitated, wondering if they should go up and fight with Chu Mu. Seeing Chu Mu fight, they knew that his strength was definitely not ordinary. Ordinary initial level spirit condensation realm swordsmen were not his match. Even if it was a spirit condensation Desheng swordsman, it would not be so easy to defeat Niu Bao. While they were hesitating, Chu Mu's words were like pouring gasoline on a fire. In an instant, the flames burned fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, it became a raging inferno. Damn thing! Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you defeated a piece of trash. Let me fight you. A spirit condensation Desheng swordsman roared. He flew up and landed on the battle arena. Without stopping, he pulled out his sword and flew over like a ray of light. Different from Niu Bao, this opponent was extremely fast. He wanted to use super fast speed to defeat Chu Mu. However, in Chu Mu's eyes, his strength was not that great. Weak. He still hit Chu Mu's afterimage. Just as he realized it, he felt a heavy blow on his back. A tyrannical force penetrated his body, and all the strength in his body was quickly drained. He fell forward like a dead dog, crashing into the seals around him, creating ripples. The force was too great, and the impact made him dizzy. Below, the audience was dumbfounded, defeated. Even a spirit condensation Desheng swordsman had been defeated, and he had been defeated so easily. Nan Wuming, Xiao Luo, Qiu Shui, and the others who had reached the spirit condensation realm earlier than Chu Mu were also watching from the crowd. Chu Mu's strength was a huge blow to them. Strong, he was really too strong. They were also geniuses. In terms of sword intent and profound, they had all reached the peak of the seventh revolution. Ordinary swordsmen could not compare to them. Right now, they could run amok among swordsmen of the same cultivation level. Even if they faced a spirit condensation realm swordsman, in most cases, they could still defeat them. However, they definitely could not defeat a spirit condensation realm swordsman so easily. It was even more impossible for them to defeat a spirit condensation realm swordsman Desheng swordsman without even unsheathing his sword. They had originally thought that after breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, they had already surpassed Chu Mu. Not only had they not closed the gap between them, they had even surpassed him and left him in the dust. They did not expect that the truth was the opposite. The gap between them and Chu Mu seemed to have widened. For a moment, there was an indescribable bitterness in their hearts. They felt that it was too unrealistic to make Chu Mu their goal. As soon as this thought appeared, they extinguished it. Yes, Chu Mu was indeed stronger than them. However, with their talent, they could definitely catch up. All they needed was time. For a moment, Nan Wu and the others regained their confidence. Chu Mu did not say anything. He just stood on the battle arena. After a while, a spirit condensation realm swordsman leaped up and landed on the battle arena. Chu Mu, I will face you. This person cupped his hands and pulled out his sword. His eyes were fixed on Chu Mu. He held his sword horizontally in front of his chest and began to walk around. His speed increased bit by bit. Layers of illusions began to appear, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Around Chu Mu, the illusions rapidly approached. It was as if they were attacking Chu Mu from all directions. However, Chu Mu did not move an inch. When the illusion's swords all pierced Chu Mu's body, Chu Mu made a surprising move. His sword and scabbard pierced upwards. A figure appeared at the scabbard, coincidentally, as if it had been arranged. Without a doubt, he was pierced by Chu Mu's scabbard. Under the powerful force, he was sent flying. After landing on the ground, he took a few steps back. His face was pale, defeated. Even a spirit condensation realm swordsman was defeated by Chu Mu's sword? They all felt that their eyes were blinded. Ho Qingming and the other Inner Palace disciples could not remain calm. Was this really a disciple who had just advanced to the spirit condensation realm? With such strength, he was stronger than most of the senior Inner Palace disciples. If he was given more time, he might be able to rush into the top 100 or even the top 30. Chapter 869. The 10th Inner Palace disciple, a peak divine condensation realm swordsman, had also been defeated by Chu Mu. The entire arena was silent. The Inner Palace elders also nodded secretly. This person's strength was indeed powerful. Although they did not know why the third palace master had sent out the news to establish the title of young palace master for Chu Mu, it seemed that it was not a bad idea. Chu Mu had hidden his aura, so very few people could tell that his cultivation had already reached the peak divine condensation realm. They only felt that he had just broken through to the divine condensation realm. Now that Chu Mu had displayed such powerful strength, they had to take him seriously. At this time, ordinary Inner Palace disciples would not go up and embarrass themselves. They only hoped that the Inner Palace top 100 disciples would step up and teach Chu Mu a lesson. The top 100 Inner Palace disciples were all very powerful. They had the strength to easily defeat ordinary, peak divine, condensation realm swordsmen. It would be safer for them to step up. The Inner Palace top 100 disciples were not idiots. They did not step up from the beginning because they wanted to observe Chu Mu's strength. No matter what, Chu Mu was still first place in the Outer Palace's 100-year tournament. He had also entered the divine wilderness mystic realm. He must have gained something, and his strength must have increased by a lot. They could not treat him like an ordinary swordsman. Sure enough, it was fine if he did not make a move. But once he made a move, he defeated 10 Inner Palace disciples in a row. He did not even pant, and he did it casually. He did not even draw his sword, and he defeated his opponents one after another. As Inner Palace top 100 disciples, they valued their reputation and would not easily step up. If there is no one else, the challenge will end here. After 15 minutes, no one stepped up. An Inner Palace elder said, although every Inner Palace disciple had the chance to challenge Chu Mu, it did not mean that Chu Mu had to stay here and wait for others to challenge him. If they wanted to challenge him, they had to hurry up. Everyone's time was precious. As soon as the Inner Palace elder said that, someone could not hold it in. Although Chu Mu's strength was not bad, it was not enough for them to acknowledge his position as young palace master. "This time let me do it," said a voice. Then a shadow flashed, and a figure appeared on the battle arena. It was a one-eyed inner court disciple. Qiu Wugong is about to make his move. Qiu Wugong, ranked 78th in the top 100. His left-handed sword is extremely sharp. He can definitely defeat Chu Mu. Discussions immediately broke out below. "Defeat me, and I'll acknowledge you as the young palace master," Qiu Wugong said coldly. One of his eyes was covered by an eye patch, while the other was shining with a cold light. He stared at Chu Mu and said coldly. The aura of the top 100 disciples was indeed incomparable to that of the other inner disciples. Every word, action, and action revealed a shocking sharpness. However, this was the only way to raise Chu Mu's fighting spirit. Chu Mu didn't agree to be challenged because he had nothing better to do. Instead, he wanted to use this opportunity to test his strength and see how far he had progressed. Qiu Wugong slowly pulled out his sword. Chu Mu was slightly surprised to see him holding the sword in his left hand. Left-handed swords were harder to master than right-handed swords. However, once mastered, it would be more unpredictable and difficult to deal with. According to Chu Mu's knowledge, left-handed swords usually didn't use a wide range of movements. They were mainly unpredictable and hard to guard against. With the sword in his hand, Qiu Wugong's aura suddenly changed. It was erratic and unpredictable. His body was slightly lowered and his center of gravity shifted. His upper body seemed to be swaying left and right, but it also seemed like he wasn't moving at all. It gave off a very strange feeling. In Chu Mu's eyes, Qiu Wugong seemed to have turned into a poisonous snake, waiting for an opportunity to launch a fatal attack on its prey. The sword in his hand was like a snake's tongue, flicking in and out. A cold aura spread out and swept past Chu Mu's body. The coldness immediately seeped into his body, but it couldn't move Chu Mu at all. Chu Mu didn't move at all. Qiu Wugong didn't immediately attack, because he felt that the Chu Mu standing in front of him was very strange. It was as if there were many openings in his body, but when he looked carefully, they disappeared without a trace. When he wasn't paying attention, those openings would reappear and he couldn't figure them out. Qiu Wugong was most proficient in killing with one strike. He could kill his target with one strike and would never use a second strike. Therefore, he placed great importance on timing and was very unique. Once he made a move, it would definitely be a shocking strike. Everyone's attention was attracted to Qiu Wugong. They looked at his every move. However, as they looked, most of the inner disciples who weren't as strong as Qiu Wugong felt that their vision was blurry and their minds were in a trance. It was as if they were hallucinating and felt drowsy. Even swordsmen who were on par with Qiu Wugong or slightly stronger than him would be affected when they stared at Qiu Wugong. However, Chu Mu's divine sense was very strong. Although his sword essence hadn't fully recovered, the sword essence of the ninth revolution was still sharp and unshakable. His vision could even see the trajectory of Qiu Wugong's every move clearly. Chu Mu's sharp sixth sense could also feel that Qiu Wugong had used the cloud ultimacy. Clouds were good at changing and didn't have a fixed shape. Under the cloud ultimacy, his every move was even more confusing. Chu Mu didn't take the initiative to attack. He was waiting for Qiu Wugong to attack. He wanted to see how strong Qiu Wugong was and whether he could make him attack. Chu Mu might pay attention to the inner palace top 100 before he broke through. However, after he broke through, only the inner palace top 30 were worthy of his attention. Qiu Wugong was only ranked 78th. It was a stalemate because Qiu Wugong didn't find the best time to attack. A drop of sweat appeared on the tip of his nose. Inadvertently, Chu Mu revealed a small opening. However, it was caught by Qiu Wugong, and he instantly drew his sword. Like a venomous snake coming out of its hole, it was as fast as the aurora. The extreme sword light condensed into a line and pierced through the void. First, he used the cloud ultimacy to confuse his opponent. Then he attacked with the wind ultimacy. The speed was shockingly fast, and the power of the metal ultimacy was infused into it. As expected of an inner palace top 100 disciple, Qiu Wugong had refined 3 ultimacies to the limit. Moreover, his usage of the ultimacy was many times better than that of an origin realm swordsman. He was able to fully unleash the true power of the ultimacy. The sword infused with the metal and wind ultimacy was not only fast, but also extremely sharp. Chu Mu could feel the sharpness within, as if it had pierced through his body first. With a poochie sound, Chu Mu's body was pierced through. Qiu Wugong's expression didn't change. There wasn't a trace of joy on his face. Instead, he looked serious. He waved his sword, and after circling around his body, it turned into a green-gold cold star and stabbed to the right. Chu Mu happened to appear in that position. Qiu Wugong had seen through his changes of position several times. Every time he attacked, Chu Mu had to dodge again. Qiu Wugong's sword intent had reached the mid-7th revolution. His cloud, wind, and metal ultimacy had all reached the mid-7th revolution as well. This was the limit of his soul's potential. It was extremely powerful when used together. Facing a powerful opponent like Qiu Wugong, Chu Mu had no choice but to use his sword. As he unsheathed his sword, his aura changed. With a slight tremble, he immediately broke Qiu Wugong's sword. The increasingly powerful mountain quake energy caused Qiu Wugong's sword to tremble violently. The energy transmitted through his sword, causing his arm to go numb. His sword almost slipped out of his hand. Qiu Wugong, who was extremely experienced in battle, made a prompt decision to retreat. However, a cold star appeared in front of his eyes and approached him at an even faster speed. Qiu Wugong's body trembled at a high frequency again. However, all of his actions were seen by Chu Mu. There was no way to avoid it. Chu Mu's sword was firmly pressed against Qiu Wugong's throat. With just one move, he defeated Qiu Wugong. It was unimaginable. They didn't know that Chu Mu's sword technique attainments had already reached the peak of the 10th stage of the sword technique domain. In terms of timing, Chu Mu wasn't inferior to him in the slightest, and could even be said to be above him. Qiu Wugong stared blankly at the sword that was pressed against his throat. His only eye was filled with disbelief. He was extremely shocked. Even he couldn't imagine such an outcome. So powerful. Even Qiu Wugong was defeated by one move. Could it be that only the top 30 can defeat him? The top 30 and the top 100 were two different concepts. Although their cultivation levels were the same, their strengths were vastly different. The top 30 disciples could easily defeat any of the top 100 disciples. If Chu Mu had defeated 10 inner disciples in a row, previously it was shocking. Now that he had defeated Qiu Wugong so easily, they couldn't help but take him seriously. Even Ho Qingming thought highly of Chu Mu. He even thought that if Chu Mu was given some time, would he be able to catch up with him? Ho Qingming immediately shook his head. That was impossible. Maybe Chu Mu was talented and had great potential. He might not be inferior to Ho Qingming, but the problem was that Ho Qingming was way ahead of him. Moreover, Ho Qingming had benefited a lot from the trip to the divine, barren, mysterious land. During this period of time, his strength had improved significantly. No matter how fast Chu Mu's strength improved, it was impossible for him to surpass Ho Qingming. Ho Qingming felt that he was worrying too much. Maybe one day, Chu Mu would replace him. However, at that time, Ho Qingming would definitely become the sword of Gojoseon. He would still be above Chu Mu. I heard that the top 30 inner disciples are very powerful. Why don't you choose one of them and fight with me? Chu Mu said lightly. Qiu Wugong had asked him to unsheath his sword. However, he had only unsheathed his sword. His strength had not been fully displayed yet, and he had already defeated his opponent. Ho Qingming's battle intent had been aroused. He longed for a stronger opponent so that he could fight to his heart's content and test his strength. The Inner Palace top 30 was a goal, a very good opponent. He hoped that they wouldn't disappoint him. Thinking of this, Chu Mu's blood unexpectedly began to boil. Threads of heat were emitted from his accelerated blood flow. Although his words were calm, they had successfully incited the anger of a few Inner Palace top 30 disciples. Chapter 870. I didn't expect you to have such strength. However, your path ends here. A voice sounded, a figure flashed, and another person appeared on the battle arena. It's Lin Yi. Lin Yi from the Seven Sword Tower. Lin Yi is ranked 29th. However, his strength is many times stronger than Qiu Wugong. He only needs one sword to defeat Qiu Wugong. With him, Chu Mu will definitely lose. That's right. Moreover, Lin Yi is from the Seven Sword Tower. If he loses, the other members of the Seven Sword Tower won't just sit and watch. Maybe Ho Qingming will intervene. Once Ho Qingming intervenes, there will be a good show to watch. Ho Qingming's strength was widely acknowledged. In the competition, he only used 3 swords to defeat the second-place disciple. In the hearts of the inner disciples, Ho Qingming was an existence that they could only look up to. Lin Yi already had a problem with Chu Mu. Before, he didn't want to fight because he didn't want to have a bad reputation for bullying the outer disciples. However, now that Chu Mu was arrogant enough to accept the challenge from all the inner disciples, It was a good opportunity to teach him a lesson. How could Lin Yi let it go? Don't be so arrogant, Chu Mu replied indifferently. You'll know soon enough whether I'm arrogant or not. Lin Yi didn't get angry. He only replied coldly. With the sword in his hand, Lin Ye's aura changed immediately. It was extremely sharp like a storm, sweeping across the battle arena. His aura was truly unimaginable. Once he made a move, it was earth-shattering. The sword slashed out instantly. A green sword light broke through the air. This was the sword light of the human sword realm. It didn't look special, but all the power was highly concentrated, surpassing the limit of the entry realm. One had to know that to comprehend the human sword realm, one had to combine the entry realm, and the entry realm into one. Strictly speaking, extreme threshold was the next level after profound threshold, and profound threshold was the next level after preliminary threshold. The three were closely related, and it was difficult for them to coexist. Just coexisting with all three was difficult enough, not to mention fusing them together. Inner palace disciples like Lin Yi had been in the divine condensation realm for more than 10 years. Their talent, comprehension, and potential far surpassed normal divine condensation realm swordsmen, which was why they were able to comprehend the concept of becoming one with the sword. Strictly speaking, none of the top 30 Inner Palace disciples were younger than 60 years old. However, due to their cultivation, they all looked very young, as if they were in their 30s or even younger. The higher a swordsman's realm and the deeper his cultivation, the longer his lifespan would be. An astral realm swordsman could live for hundreds or thousands of years, so 60 years was nothing. True palace disciples were at least 70 years old, and many of the inner palace elders were over 100 years old. True palace elders were even older, being at least a few hundred years old. The green sword light pierced through the air. It was the sword light under the state of becoming one with the sword. Although it was not as powerful as a sword skill, it was still not to be underestimated. Under the profound of wind, Chu Mu's body moved rapidly like a gust of wind. Just by using the profound of wind at the peak of the 7th transformation, Chu Mu's speed was already shockingly fast. With the power of spirit sense and reaching the divine condensation realm, he was able to use the profound of wind even more thoroughly. The sword light missed and hit the seal, creating layers of ripples. Chu Mu had already unsheathed his sword and stabbed out, tearing through space. The tip of the sword carried a shocking sharpness as it pierced towards Lin Yi. Child's play. Lin Yi snorted disdainfully. He turned around and slashed at Chu Mu. Although his swordsmanship was not as good as Chu Mu's, his control of power had reached the state of becoming one with the sword. The sword in his hand was like an extension of his arm, as if it had completely merged with his body. He could control the sword as if it was his own arm, without any hesitation. The state of becoming one with the sword was not only reflected in its power, but also in its control of the sword. It was as if the sword had been given life. It was displayed in Lin Ye's hand. Each move looked ordinary, but it contained unfathomable power. Under the state of becoming one with the sword, even the simplest basic swordsmanship would be imbued with astonishing power. In an instant, Lin Yi counterattacked with more than a dozen swords. Each sword contained the power of the profound of wind. It was extremely powerful and fast, making it impossible to distinguish the sword's trajectory. More than a dozen swords complemented each other, faintly forming a tornado, as if it wanted to tear Chu Mu apart. Facing Lin Ye's sword, Chu Mu felt like he was suffocating. Not only was it fast, but it was also violent and difficult to deal with. He had no choice but to parry and retreat. With this kind of strength, you're delusional to be the young palace master. Lin Yi attacked while attacking Chu Mu with his words. Chu Mu was unmoved. He resisted each of Lin Ye's sword attacks, feeling the power of becoming one with the sword. Because of the repeated parries, his arm began to feel numb. Let me defeat you with my swordsmanship. I'll make you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. After more than a dozen swords, like a raging tornado, Lin Yi was still unable to defeat Chu Mu. Lin Yi was a little unhappy. He shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, his sword vibrated, and a blue light pierced through the void. The sword pierced through the center of the tornado. As he waved his sword, the tornado suddenly exploded, turning into a gust of wind that blew towards Chu Mu. In the gust of wind, dozens of blue swords flew towards Chu Mu, leaving him with nowhere to dodge. He's going to lose. Sure enough, the top 30 is strong. Yeah, the difference in strength between those who have comprehended the state of becoming one with the sword is so obvious. Lin Ye's sword skill made Chu Mu's expression turn serious. Indeed, according to the strength that Lin Yi had shown before, he was indeed unable to deal with it, even though his profound was much better than Lin Ye's. Exhaling, since there was no way to dodge, then he would use his sword to shatter this sword skill. The sword seemed to have a life of its own, turning into a spirit. Suddenly, the eyes of the inner palace elders lit up. This is the state of becoming one with the sword. That's right, this feeling is definitely the state of becoming one with the sword. Chu Mu has actually comprehended the state of becoming one with the sword. This. The inner palace elders were astonished. The true palace elder and the third palace master, who were watching the battle with their soul power, were also astonished. They did not expect that Chu Mu, who had just broken through to the divine condensation realm, would be able to control his strength to the state of becoming one with the sword. If he wasn't wrong, Chu Mu's age shouldn't be over 50 years old. Strictly speaking, Chu Mu's age should be around 40 years old. With the man and sword as one, the peak 7th rank metal profound was unleashed. Even without sword intent, Chu Mu was still able to shatter the cyan sword rays one by one and break Lin Ye's sword technique, causing Lin Ye's face to be full of astonishment. Lin Ye's sword skill is not perfect, but it was broken like this. Chu Mu is too monstrous. Some of the inner palace elders thought to themselves. After confirming that Chu Mu's control of his strength had reached the realm of one with the sword, Lin Yi creased his eyebrows. His confidence in defeating Chu Mu instantly weakened a bit. Unknowingly, his aura also weakened a bit. Chu Mu seized the opportunity and immediately counterattacked with his sword. Under the state of becoming one with the sword, coupled with his unpredictable sword skills, the power of his sword domain was even more terrifying. The peak of the 7th revolution, Gold Profound, was unleashed to the extreme by Chu Mu. His footwork alternated between the Wind Profound and the Cloud Profound, making his body even more ethereal and unpredictable. As the state of becoming one with the sword was also affected and became ethereal. It was as if it was everywhere, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It was very shocking. Lin Yi found himself trapped in a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. He could only block and dodge continuously, unable to counterattack. Facing Chu Mu, he felt powerless. The people below were dumbfounded. Not only did Chu Mu display the state of becoming one with the sword, which was the dream state of many swordsmen, but he also suppressed Lin Yi. It seemed that Lin Yi was not in a good condition. Was this an illusion? Everyone rubbed their eyes hard, unable to believe what they were seeing. Ho Qingming frowned. The feeling of being extinguished emerged again, stronger than before, making him feel very uncomfortable. As for Chu Mu, he had unknowingly entered the state that everyone envied, the state of epiphany. The Gold Profound, Cloud Profound, and Wind Profound were used alternately. The power of the 3 profound meanings seemed to be connected. There was no gap between them, as if they had become one. I see. So this is how the different profound meanings are fused together. Chu Mu thought to himself, feeling enlightened. This was not only because of his comprehension ability, but also because of the state of becoming one with the sword. The state of becoming one with the sword, as the name suggested, meant that the sword in one's hand and the person had become one. Under the state of becoming one with the sword, one could use the profound meanings. Then one could use the profound meanings to fuse with the profound meanings. It would be easier for one to switch between the profound meanings. When the profound meanings were fused with the body, the sword would move with the profound meanings. Unknowingly, the wind profound had also fused into the sword, flowing alongside the metal profound. However, this was only the beginning. He still needed to fuse the metal profound and the wind profound into a single power. Only then would it be considered a true fusion of the profound. Unknowingly, Lin Yi had become the target of Chu Mu's cultivation. At this time, Lin Yi was suffering unspeakably. It was as if he had fallen into a quagmire, unable to escape. He had no choice but to block and dodge again and again. However, he found that Chu Mu's sword speed was increasing, and its sharpness seemed to be increasing as well. Suddenly, a sword stabbed out. This sword's speed increased a bit, and its sharpness became even more tyrannical. It broke through Lin Yi's block in one fell swoop, and the powerful force made Lin Yi stagger back. Before he could adjust, a second sword slashed out. Swish, 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 swish. A series of sword strikes formed a small tornado. Lin Yi was defeated by Chu Mu's sword just like that. His face was gloomy. Chapter 871. Lin Yi was ranked 29th in the top 30. He seemed to have the upper hand in the beginning, but he was defeated by Chu Mu in the blink of an eye. This turn of events was hard to accept, and the whole place was silent. In fact, all the inner elders thought that Chu Mu was already very powerful to be able to defeat the top 100, and that there was no way he could be a match for the top 30. However, the scene in front of them had changed their minds. With a gloomy face, Lin Yi turned around and walked down the stage, returning to the Seven Sword Towers camp without saying a word. However, Chu Mu did not care at all. He was still trying to understand the fusion of profound power that he had just experienced. In the past, he had spent some time on the fusion of profound power, but he had not made any progress since there were too many things that he needed to train. However, he did not expect that after reaching the realm of man and sword, he would be able to understand it immediately after battling with a powerful opponent. Right now, it was the fusion of the gold profound and the wind profound. The power after the fusion had the sharpness of the gold profound and the speed of the wind profound. Under the enhancement of each other, the power would be multiplied. If he could fuse a third profound, it would become even more powerful. However, fusing 3 profound was definitely more difficult than fusing 2 profound. It would be a few times more difficult. Right now, he had only fused 2 profound, and Chu Mu did not expect to be able to fuse 3 profound immediately. Instead, he wanted to continue fusing the 2 profound until he could fuse them perfectly. Then he would work hard on fusing 3 profound. With Lin Yi's defeat, many of the top 30 disciples pondered for a bit and decided not to fight. Speaking of which, among the inner palace's top 30, the top 10 were relatively strong. The strength difference between the bottom 20 wasn't too obvious. If they were to fight again, the rankings would definitely change greatly. Therefore, even the 11th ranked disciple didn't have much confidence that he could defeat Chu Mu. Since he did not have the confidence, he would not fight. Otherwise, if he was defeated like Lin Yi and failed to beat Chu Mu, it would be a big blow to his reputation. Hee, my hands are itching. A sword warrior with short hair that looked like steel needles said. Although he was wearing a long robe, his muscles still looked like they were filled with explosive power. With a smile full of battle intent, he strode onto the stage. Kong Zhan. Kong Zhan is ranked 6th and he loves to fight. He becomes stronger when he meets a strong opponent. With him taking action, it will definitely be safer. Kong Zhan was indeed as his name suggested. He loved to fight. Whenever there was a strong opponent, his hands would itch and he had to fight. Even if he was beaten until he was covered in injuries, he would still fight. Chu Mu saw a kind of temperament on Kong Zhan. He recalled that Qi Shao also had this kind of temperament but it was much fainter. Chu Mu, I will fight you with all my strength. I hope you won't disappoint me. Kong Zhan's words were also very direct. He unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Chu Mu. A gust of battle intent blew over like a storm, as if wanting to drown Chu Mu. Chu Mu's spirit was shaken, and his muscles tensed up naturally. This was a natural reaction when encountering a strong opponent. Since it was an all-out fight, Kong Zhan wouldn't hold back at all. The sword pointed straight at Chu Mu suddenly trembled, and a shocking explosion rang out. It was like a clap of thunder exploding next to one's ear. Heavenly thunder rolled. It was a sound wave attack. Chu Mu only felt a shocking thunder rumble in his eardrums. He felt waves of piercing pain, and his head shook as if he was about to faint. Soon after, Kong Zhan's sword pierced through the air. With a cracking sound, it was like a lightning bolt tearing through the sky, tearing apart the heaven and earth of the stage. Thunder flashed. Everyone's eyes darkened and brightened. Kong Zhan's figure disappeared, and he became one with his sword. He turned into a thunderbolt and hacked at Chu Mu. Its power was terrifying, and it was much stronger than Lin Ye's sword skill. In front of Chu Mu's eyes, he saw a thunderbolt tearing through the air. The terrifying power attacked first, making his whole body numb. His protective sword aura did not have the slightest effect and shattered instantly. The terrifying sword skill was so fast that it almost surpassed Chu Mu's reaction speed. Fortunately, Chu Mu's Thunder Profound had been refined to the peak of the 9th revolution, which was much stronger than Kong Zhan's. Sensing the power of the Thunder Profound, he took a step back and quickly turned his body to dodge. He unsheathed his sword and slashed out. The power of metal and wind profound was integrated into it. It was not a sword skill, but it was a combination of the peak of the 7th revolution, gold profound and wind profound, as well as the peak mountain trembling energy. With man and sword as one, the power of this sword was extremely tyrannical. Kong Zhan was not surprised at all. His sword slightly shook and adjusted its direction. With a thunderbolt, he still attacked Chu Mu. Sword skills were the essence of using the sword. It was the essence of all kinds of power. It was not easy to deal with. If he had hit Kong Zhan, Chu Mu would not have been hit by Kong Zhan's sword skill and ended up in such a terrible state. In an instant, Chu Mu activated Sword Shadow Kill and slashed at Kong Zhan's sword. Kacha sounds rang out, followed by the sound of something shattering. The lightning shattered, and the powerful impact caused Chu Mu to fly backwards. The electric current went straight to his arm. He hurriedly used the Thunder Profound to disperse the electric current, but it was still very uncomfortable. His chi and blood were surging. If not for his powerful spiritual sense, he would have vomited blood and been injured on the spot. Kong Zhan slashed out again. This time it was not a thunderbolt, but a sound wave. It emitted an incomparably sharp sound, causing the surrounding people to cover their ears with their hands, their faces filled with discomfort. Sword skill. It was yet another sword skill. Facing Kong Zhan's sword skill head-on, Chu Mu felt his arm go numb. He did not want to face the second sword skill head-on. Left with no choice, he could only use the Profound of Space. The peak of the 7th revolution Profound of Space had unfathomable power. Under a wave of spatial fluctuations, he used the inverse space step and disappeared in front of Kong Zhan, causing Kong Zhan's sword skill to miss. Profound of Space. Peak of the 7th revolution, Profound of Space. In an instant, the Sword Saint's soul powers contacted and conversed. Good kid, other than the 3 profound of metal, cloud, and wind, you actually comprehended a high-level profound of space. The 3rd palace, Lord's tone was very excited. Profound of space was more difficult to comprehend than other profound, but it was also more powerful. Not only did Chu Mu use the profound of space, but he also reached the peak of the 7th revolution. How could they not be shocked? Using the inverse space step, Chu Mu appeared behind Kong Zhan and slashed out. The sword skill missed, but Kong Zhan reacted quickly. He leaped into the air and slashed down like thunder. Not only did he avoid Chu Mu's sword, but he also counterattacked with a sword skill. Kong Zhan's battle awareness was very shocking. The sword skill's power was too tyrannical. The one who would be injured in a head-on clash would definitely be him. Even with sword shadow kill, it was difficult to face it head-on. Currently, he could only rely on the profound of space to fight. While fighting, Chu Mu comprehended at the same time, trying to see if he could create a sword skill. Among the various profound, metal profound was the one he was most familiar with. If he wanted to create a profound, metal profound should be the first one. The sword skill created under the one with the sword was different from the previous sword skills. However, there were some similarities between the two. The biggest difference was that the one with the sword was the one with the sword. How to truly gather all the power of sword intent, profound meaning, and so on. Only when one was in the state of one with the sword could one do it perfectly, without wasting too much energy. Chu Mu's comprehension was very high. He divided his mind into two, fighting and thinking at the same time. Gradually he had a clear idea. At present, his sword intent was in the recovery stage. If he could avoid using it, then the sword skill he created would definitely be incomplete. But it didn't matter. With profound meaning and mountain-shaking energy, the power of this sword skill wouldn't be too weak. Fighting, observing, and comprehending. Gradually, the idea became clearer. Chu Mu's sword vibrated, and a golden light pierced through the body of the sword all the way to the tip. Following that, Chu Mu slashed out with his sword. There was no wind profound, only pure metal profound and extreme mountain trembling force. If one were to use a microscope to zoom in, they would be able to see that Chu Mu's sword was vibrating at a high speed. Coupled with the extreme sharpness of metal profound, it instantly sliced through the air without any stagnation. The sword's aura was completely different. Sword skill. He actually created a sword skill on the spot. The elders of the inner palace did not know what to say. Chu Mu's sword technique was clearly incomplete. It still had a rusty feel to it, as if it had just been created. Creating a sword technique in the middle of a fight wasn't an easy task. The sword skill was just created, so it was naturally incomplete. Chu Mu did not care. He slashed out with his sword. The sharpness of the sword made Kong Zhan's expression change. He quickly dodged and slashed back. The thunderclap broke through the air and collided. In an instant, the thunderclap was cut open by Chu Mu's sword. Chu Mu also felt a powerful force raging. To perfect a sword skill, it was best to test the results in actual combat. Chu Mu immediately used the newly created sword skill to fight with Kong Zhan. Although it was only one move, Chu Mu won in terms of timing and extraordinary fighting talent. This move was named Iron Slash by Chu Mu. It was gradually perfected. Although it was destined to be incomplete because of the lack of sword intent, its power was increasing little by little. The fight between the two had already lasted for a quarter of an hour. At the beginning, Chu Mu was at a disadvantage, but after the sword technique was created, he gradually turned the tables around. They were evenly matched, and it seemed that the victor wouldn't be decided in a short period of time. Kong Zhan's tenacity was shocking, and so was Chu Mu's. They were both the type of people who would become stronger when facing a strong opponent. The more they fought, the more intense the battle became. However, Ho Qingming's expression did not look good. The two swords clashed and separated. Chu Mu performed his sword skill again. He slashed out, and a golden color filled the sword. It vibrated at a high speed as he activated the sword shadow kill. The sword technique's power abruptly increased under the sword shadow kill. Kong Zhan couldn't see through the profundity of this sword, so he once again used his sword technique to meet it head-on. Immediately, he was cleaved apart by Chu Mu's sword, which went straight for his central palace. His protective sword aura shattered, and he was sent flying. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. If not for the protection of his armor, this sword would have been enough to heavily injure him. Again, Kong Zhan wiped the blood off his mouth and slashed out again. All right. Chu Mu's battle intent was also ignited. He jumped up and performed his sword skill again. With such an excellent opponent like Kong Zhan, it was also a rare opportunity. How could Chu Mu let it go? Chapter 872. Awesome, this is awesome. Kong Zhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth again and laughed. His hair was a little messy, and sweat could be seen on his forehead. The qi and blood in his body were surging, but his fighting spirit was gradually weakening. After an hour of intense battle, Kong Zhan was enjoying himself. Chu Mu's tenacity and strength made Kong Zhan very happy. Chu Mu, I have lost this battle. Kong Zhan admitted frankly. Although there was no winner, Kong Zhan knew that he was at a disadvantage. If he continued to fight, he would definitely lose. Since he had enjoyed himself, there was no need to continue. Why did he admit defeat? After all, only a few people understood. Most of them thought that Kong Zhan was on par with Chu Mu. If he continued to fight, he might be able to defeat Chu Mu with his experience. No matter what, Kong Zhan had admitted defeat. What could they do? At least until now, no one could defeat Chu Mu. Brotherly, why don't you go and try? Shang Jun, who was ranked 4th, said to Li Jianxiong, who was ranked 3rd. Even Kong Zhan is at a disadvantage. I am not confident either. Li Jianxiong replied. They were indeed stronger than Kong Zhan, but there was a limit to it. If they were to fight with Kong Zhan now, they could not be 100% sure that they would win. Instead of encouraging Chu Mu's prestige, it was better to wait for someone stronger to take action and destroy Chu Mu's prestige. They all believed that even if they did not take action, Chu Mu would not be able to get away so easily. No one said anything, but many people looked at the same person, Ho Qingming. At this moment, only Ho Qingming could defeat Chu Mu. Kong Zhan liked to fight and was somewhat lawless. Even the person who was ranked 2nd was often challenged by him. Only Ho Qingming and Kong Zhan did not dare to do so because the gap between them was too big. Ho Qingming also realized that it was time for him to take action because he discovered that Chu Mu was continuously improving in the fight. At the beginning, he could barely fight against Lin Yi, but now he was able to fight to his heart's content against Kong Zhan. He was even able to comprehend sword techniques in the fight, causing Kong Zhan to admit defeat. What kind of person was Kong Zhan? If he didn't have strength, how could he possibly admit defeat? Learning and improving in battle was a necessary ability for every true genius. However, this ability of Chu Mu's was too strong. The feeling in Ho Qingming's heart became even more obvious. He wanted to suppress Chu Mu. Even if one day Chu Mu's power surpassed his, he would still have the memory of being defeated by Ho Qingming. With Ho Qingming's temperament, he should not have had this kind of thought. However, as soon as this thought appeared, it immediately sprouted like a seed with a tenacious vitality. Jumping up, everyone only saw a figure flash in front of them, and Ho Qingming was already on the stage. Facing Chu Mu, his expression was calm and relaxed. He seemed to have an extraordinary temperament, worthy of being the #1 Inner Palace disciple. You only have one chance to strike. As soon as Ho Qingming opened his mouth, it made people feel that he was extraordinary. As the #1 Inner Court disciple, he was qualified to say such words. It sounded so natural. Although his tone was very calm, the arrogance contained in it was clearly heard by everyone. The strange thing was that everyone felt that it was very normal and that this was how it should be. Chu Mu did not mind. Ho Qingming was definitely the #1 Inner Court disciple. It was normal for him to be arrogant. Moreover, Ho Qingming's strength was definitely the strongest. Without a doubt, Chu Mu might have to use all of his strength to fight against Ho Qingming. With a change of thought, Chu Mu unsheathed his sword. Everyone only saw a flash of golden light piercing through the sky. Chu Mu's figure seemed to have disappeared. The eyes of the inner court elders suddenly brightened. Chu Mu's sword skill had become even more perfect. Sword skill cutting iron. Because of the extreme mountain shaking energy, this sword skill could only be used in close combat. However, its power was still quite strong. Chu Mu's sword was already fast. The golden light pierced through the sky and arrived in front of Ho Qingming. Ho Qingming's expression did not change. His face was calm. He only reacted when the golden light was right in front of him. He unsheathed his sword and raised it. Swoosh! A golden light appeared. It was also a gold elemental sword skill. Ho Qingming's gold elemental sword skill was called cutting gold. At that moment, cutting iron collided with cutting gold and cutting jade. Chu Mu only felt that the sharpness almost cut him in half. His sword almost flew out of his hand. A strong power of divine consciousness rushed into his spiritual world. It was like a golden sword was slashing everywhere. Chu Mu hurriedly used his divine consciousness to extinguish it. At the same time, Ho Qingming also felt the terrifying sharpness. The sharpness was still vibrating at a high speed, forming an even more terrifying cutting force. However, Ho Qingming's strength was already very strong. His talent was also very shocking. His sword skill was close to perfection. Its power was also very strong. Moreover, his divine consciousness was several times stronger than ordinary swordsmen at the limit of the God-condensing realm. It was not inferior to Chu Mu's at all. His sword intent had even reached the limit of the seventh revolution. To put it simply, Ho Qingming was even more experienced than Chu Mu in the use of various powers. Under the collision of the sword skills, Ho Qingming immediately dissolved the power of Chu Mu's sword skill. He looked very calm. Chu Mu took 3 steps back. Ho Qingming's body only swayed. He did not move. It was obvious who was stronger. As expected, even though my strength has increased tremendously, it is still a bit difficult to fight against Ho Qingming in this state, Chu Mu thought to himself. Sword intent was the most important factor in a sword skill. A sword skill without sword intent would not even be half complete. Naturally, its power would be greatly reduced. This time, Ho Qingming took the initiative to attack. The tip of his sword flickered. The sword light was like a river flowing endlessly. This was a water sword skill. It flowed towards Chu Mu. It looked soft and weak, but Chu Mu felt a chill run down his spine. Vaguely, the sound of the flowing river could be heard in his ears. Cutting iron. In an instant, the river was split apart and flowed past Chu Mu. Chu Mu also felt that the sword in his hand had become heavier. The sword light followed, bypassing Chu Mu's sword and slicing towards his throat. Cutting iron was a sword skill that focused on pressing forward. It used the sword in one's hand to cut through everything in front of one's eyes. Water was not hard enough, so it was not suitable to use cutting iron. However, the problem was that Chu Mu only had 1 sword skill. Since he had already created one, it would be more difficult to create a second one. Moreover, Ho Qingming had already decided that he would not give Chu Mu any chances. Once the sword skill was used, it was a continuous attack. Metal sword skills, water sword skills, wind sword skills, with sword skills. Ho Qingming had mastered a total of 4 profound meanings. All of them had been refined to the limit of the 7th revolution. Some of these sword skills were self-created, while others were obtained from the inheritance of the sword skill crystal. Every move was close to perfection and was extremely powerful. Cutting gold and breaking jade, flowing river, sweeping wind, sweeping greenwood. Every sword skill had a vague vision. Under the continuous attacks, Chu Mu could only retreat again and again. He had to use the profound meaning of space at the limit of the 7th revolution many times. His inverse space step was becoming more and more proficient. He could only continuously dodge. Even blocking was difficult. With one look, one could tell that he was at a disadvantage. There were a few times where he was almost hit. Fortunately, he used the iron slashing sword technique to slightly resist, giving him a chance to dodge. Even so, Chu Mu was still in a difficult situation. Ho Qingming's strength was indeed too strong. If it were not for the fact that the Sky Baron's sword body had reached the limit of the 3rd level and the Divine Baron's sword body had made his body stronger, it would have been difficult for him to deal with Ho Qingming. Seizing an opportunity, Chu Mu immediately rushed forward and used cutting iron again. His figure flashed, and 2 Chu Mus appeared, one on the left and one on the right. They used sword skills at the same time and slashed at Ho Qingming. Ho Qingming's expression changed slightly. The 2 Chu Mus seemed to be real. Before, he could think about what kind of cultivation technique it was. Chu Mu's sword slashed at him. The 2 cutting iron sword skills were extremely powerful. Ho Qingming waved his sword calmly. In an instant, the sword in his hand seemed to have turned into circles of flowing water. Under the strong wind, ripples spread out and surrounded him, blocking Chu Mu's 2 cutting iron. This was a defensive sword skill that had fused the profound meaning of wind and water. The sword skills with 2 ultimacies were even more powerful. Chu Mu's cutting iron was not complete, so it was blocked directly. In an instant, Ho Qingming changed from defense to offense. The ripple-like sword shadows gathered and turned into a giant sword. It was like a tree that grew in an instant. It stabbed out and slashed down. It was extremely heavy and full of vitality. It pressed down heavily. The terrifying pressure made Chu Mu feel suffocated. This move was a sword skill that combined the water ultimacy and the wood ultimacy. Among all the inner disciples, Ho Qingming was the only one who had mastered a sword skill that combined 2 ultimacies. Moreover, he had mastered more than one move. The space around him was oppressed, and there was no way to dodge. Chu Mu could only block it. He used sword shadow kill and sword heart shadow at the same time. The 2 cutting iron were in sync. In the blink of an eye, Chu Mu had slashed out 3 times. He slashed at the weak points of the sword skill and disintegrated it. The strong rebounding force also hit Chu Mu. He groaned and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. The difference in power between a sword skill with 1 ultimacy and a sword skill with 2 ultimacies was too big. Chu Mu could fight against a sword skill with 1 ultimacy, but he could barely fight against a sword skill with 2 ultimacies. Luckily, he had sword shadow kill and sword heart shadow. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured and unable to continue fighting. Ho Qingming did not have any intention of holding back. Chu Mu's power was completely out of his expectations. He could not believe that Chu Mu could fight with him to this extent. Chu Mu was injured and his qi and blood were in turmoil. The situation was not good. He quickly used flying illusory steps and inverted space steps to fight with Ho Qingming. Ho Qingming's sword skills were powerful and his sword speed was fast. It was very difficult to fight against. Chu Mu was also trying his best to move his position so that Ho Qingming could not lock onto him. Use the Divine Wilderness sword skill. The moment this thought popped up, Chu Mu rejected it. Although he was much more familiar with it than before, he still needed about 50 breaths of time to convert his heavenly desolate sword energy into divine desolate sword energy. Ho Qingming wouldn't even give him a single breath of time. Could it be that I have to reveal a more powerful ultimacy? The second idea popped up. There is still that move. I can use this opportunity to test its power. If it is not enough, I will reveal the ultimacy. Chapter 873. With this thought in mind, Chu Mu quickly mobilized the remaining power of the heart sword, preparing to release the most powerful attack. Ho Qingming's strength made Chu Mu feel even more pressured. In the situation where he could not use his sword intent, his counterattack power was limited. Many people could see that Chu Mu's sword technique did not contain any sword intent. They were also curious as to why Chu Mu did not use his sword intent. Was there some unknown secret? Or was he hiding his strength? There was no reason for that. At this point, it would be unwise for him to hide his strength. Ho Qingming was also very confused and surprised. However, in his opinion, a battle was about determining the winner and the loser, or even life and death. If he did not use his sword intent, it would be stupid. If he lost, he could not blame others. Chu Mu was forced back by Ho Qingming's sword. In an instant, he raised his sword high. The powerful power of the heart sword gushed out from his heart like a flood. In an instant, it was infused into the sword with a unique fluctuation. The sword released a shocking aura that made Ho Qingming's body tremble. The sword technique that he was about to use immediately dissipated. He waved his sword around and spun it around, performing a defensive sword technique. A low shout was like a thunderclap, making everyone tremble. It was as if an electric current had run through their bodies, making them feel numb. Chu Mu raised his sword and slashed down. A sword light that was hard to see with the naked eye broke through the air like a crescent moon, tearing everything in front of it apart. The aura of the sword light was so sharp that it seemed as if even heaven and earth could not stop it. It was extremely fast. When everyone only felt the sword light appear, and Ho Qingming's defensive sword technique was only half performed, the almost transparent crescent moon had already broken through the air. With a slight tearing sound, Ho Qingming's defensive sword technique was cut open in an instant. The terrifying sword light rushed towards his body, wanting to cut him in half. With a boom, the power was completely unleashed. Ho Qingming's sword emitted an astonishing light, rising like a scorching sun, blocking the transparent crescent moon. The collision caused the air to tremble, as if the world was about to shatter. The third level of the Heart Sword Secret Manual. The Heart Sword slashed the heavens, releasing its sharpness for the first time. The Heart Sword Sky Slash was very powerful, but Ho Qingming was not weak at all. He used two profound defensive sword skills to resist the Heart Sword Sky Slash, and then used two profound offensive sword skills to fight back. That sword attack had consumed all of Chu Mu's heart sword power, but it still wasn't enough to defeat Ho Qingming. Chu Mu seized the opportunity and unleashed his gold profound. It was the pinnacle of the 8th revolution, which was several times more powerful than the pinnacle of the 7th revolution. In order to defeat Ho Qingming with one sword attack, Chu Mu had even used his sword intent, which was the pinnacle of the 8th revolution. Chop Iron. It was the complete version of Slash Iron, which contained sword intent and the profound meaning of gold. It was also infused with the ultimate mountain quaking energy and the power of divine sense. The sword skill that contained the terrifying peak 8th rank metal profundity instantly split apart Ho Qingming's incomplete sword skill and killed him in one strike. Theoretically, a sword skill with only one profound was not as powerful as a sword skill with two profound, but it also depended on the specific situation. There were different levels of sword intent profound refinement. The sword skill unleashed by a higher level sword intent profound would naturally be more powerful. Since Chop Iron was infused with the pinnacle of the 8th revolution sword intent and the pinnacle of the 8th revolution gold profound, it was far more powerful than a single profound sword skill. It was close to two profound sword skills. Moreover, it was infused with the ultimate mountain quaking energy, which made the sword skill even more powerful. It had already surpassed two ordinary pinnacle of the 7th revolution profound sword skills. This sword had endless sharpness and was unstoppable. Ho Qingming's expression changed drastically. He roared and performed all of his sword skills in an attempt to fend off Chu Mu's sword attack. It was too fast and too sudden. Ho Qingming had lost his chance, and Chu Mu had suddenly unleashed the pinnacle 8th rank sword intent. Ho Qingming could not fend off the attack. All of his sword skills were shattered under Chop Iron. Ho Qingming held his sword in front of his chest to fend off the attack. Chu Mu's sword fell, and a terrifying power exploded out. The power of vibration spread throughout his body and shook his organs. Ho Chi-minh could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood as his body flew backwards. Pinnacle of the 8th revolution, sword intent, and the profound meaning of gold. Breaking an Earth class, rank 1 human sword skill. The elders gasped in astonishment. Deflecting the attack, swallow back, and Ho Chi-minh attacked again. Ho Chi-minh was too powerful. It was not easy for Chu Mu to seize this opportunity. He would not let it go and give his opponent a chance to regroup. Sword after sword. The pinnacle 8th, rank profound, meaning alternated and fused. Sometimes it would release the powerful chop iron sword skill. Ho Chi-minh could only retreat and fend off the attacks. He was shaken again and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. With the last sword, Chu Mu's body flew across the sky like a swallow. The chop iron sword skill killed Ho Chi-minh, and he flew backwards again. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His back heavily hit the seal of the battle arena, creating layers of ripples. Big brother! The people of the 7-sword tower cried out in shock. Even so, Chu Mu did not intend to let up. He thrust out his sword and placed it on Ho Chi-ming's neck. He wanted to hear Ho Chi-minh admit defeat. Otherwise, the battle would continue. Ho Chi-minh did not panic. He wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and stared at Chu Mu with sharp eyes. It was as if he wanted to see through Chu Mu. Chu Mu's expression did not change. He met Ho Chi-ming's sharp eyes and did not show any weakness. Even though Ho Chi-minh did not want to admit defeat, at this very moment, Chu Mu's sword was placed on his neck. It was not hard for Chu Mu to kill him. You won. Ho Chi-minh exhaled and said, However, you know very well how you won. Soon we'll fight again. Anytime. Chu Mu smiled softly. As for how to win, it wasn't much. It was nothing more than catching the opponent off guard and finally seizing an opportunity to defeat Ho Chi-minh with overwhelming strength. If Ho Chi-minh had been on guard from the start, the one who lost may have been Chu Mu, but that was only a possibility. Plus, Ho Chi-minh had already lost. Before everyone's eyes, there was no disputing this fact. It did not matter if he threw the fight or if he was not capable enough. It was an undeniable fact. Even the number 1 inner disciple, Ho Chi-minh, had lost. Naturally, out of all the inner disciples, nobody was Chu Mu's opponent. After Ho Chi-minh lost, he turned around and left the battle arena. Chu Mu was still standing there. His body was tall and straight. His expression was calm and his temperament was extraordinary. Nobody could tell if he was real or fake. But right then, Chu Mu was having a hard time. His sword spirit had been split into 2, and his sword intent had been split into 2 as well. He had not recovered yet, and before he recovered, it would be best if he did not use his sword intent. But in order to defeat Ho Chi-minh, Chu Mu had to use his sword intent. The result of using his sword intent was that his sword spirit had become unstable. It was as if it was about to collapse. Chu Mu had to use his spiritual energy to suppress it. On the surface, he had to make sure nobody could tell. Who else? Chu Mu glanced around and said softly. No one responded. They were not as powerful as Ho Chi-minh. Since no one continues to challenge Chu Mu, this challenge ends here. As for Chu Mu assuming the position of heaven, wasteland, earth palace's young palace master, no one is allowed to object. A quarter of an hour later, an inner palace elder spoke in a low voice. Now that things had come to this, it was a foregone conclusion. Even if there were still some people who were unwilling to accept the fact that Chu Mu was the young palace master, they could not object. Since it was a foregone conclusion, Chu Mu heaved a sigh of relief. He wanted to leave as soon as possible and return to his small palace. He wanted to have a good rest, stabilize his sword spirit, and eliminate any future troubles. All right, disperse. In the future, when you see Chu Mu, you know how to treat him, the inner elder said. He waved his hand and dismissed the crowd. Wait. When Chu Mu was about to leave, a voice rang out. It was like a sharp sword, piercing straight into his heart. The inner elder's expression changed. He had asked the crowd to disperse, but someone asked him to wait. That was not giving him face. Then he saw that the inner elder was angry because the person who spoke was a disciple of the true palace. Both the inner elder and the disciple of the true palace were experts at the same level as the sword of Gojoseon. But in terms of status, the disciple of the true palace was still higher. The one who spoke was a disciple of the true palace, surnamed He. His name was He Hao. From the first time he saw Chu Mu, he did not like Chu Mu because of Rinduxing. Previously, because Chu Mu was just a small character, he did not take him seriously. But now, Chu Mu was going to be the young palace master of the Heaven, Wasteland, Earth Palace. Wasn't that a higher status than him? He Hao's sharp eyes fell directly on Chu Mu's face, appearing aggressive. The position of young palace master is not a child's play. It is not enough to convince the disciples of the inner and outer palace. You must also convince the disciples of the true palace. He Hao's lips curled into a cold smile. And now, I don't remember when Chu Mu convinced us disciples of the true palace. It was a little shameless to say such words, but He Hao did not care. He was a thick-skinned person and simply did not care what others thought of him. What do you want? Chu Mu asked indifferently. His strength was not as good, but his aura could not be weak. Nothing. If you want to be the young palace master, you naturally have to convince everyone in the Heaven, Wasteland, Earth Palace. He Hao chuckled and said, If you can convince me, I will acknowledge your position as the young palace master. You mean I have to defeat you? Chu Mu stared at He Hao and said unhurriedly, If I'm not wrong, you are at least twice as old as me. The time you have spent cultivating is also at least twice as long as mine. You have been a true palace disciple for some years, while I have just become an inner palace disciple. Putting all this aside, let me ask you, how was your strength when you were my age? Chu Mu's rhetorical tone was flat, but it was extremely sharp, causing He Hao's expression to faintly change before returning to normal. It was as if he didn't understand Chu Mu's words. You're saying that you don't have enough time to cultivate, right? I can give you some time to properly cultivate. All right, if a true palace disciple wants to challenge Chu Mu, wait until Chu Mu becomes a true palace disciple. An old but vigorous voice rang out from the void. It was a true palace elder who had spoken. He Hao's expression changed, and he did not say anything else. He dared to contradict an inner palace elder, but he did not dare to challenge a true palace elder. This matter had come to an end. Chapter 874. Everyone found that Chu Mu seemed to have disappeared after the young palace master crisis challenge. Anyway, not having to meet Chu Mu and respectfully address him as young palace master was a good thing. At least they felt more comfortable. After several days, Chu Mu finally stabilized the sword soul. However, because of the use of the sword essence, it was more troublesome to recover. It would take a long time. Chu Mu also made up his mind not to go out before the sword soul and sword essence were fully recovered. Instead, he would stay in the small palace and concentrate on cultivation. As for the matter of the swordsman, Chu Mu cancelled it as it was unnecessary. While letting the sword soul and sword essence recover naturally, he cultivated the heavenly wasteland sword essence to make it purer and then make a breakthrough. His swordsmanship cultivation did not fall behind either. His swordsmanship had reached the peak of the 10th level, but he was still unable to break through to the next level. In addition, the study of the power of vibration was also in progress. Above the mountain quake force, Chu Mu defined it as the earthquake force, which could even crack the earth. Obviously, the earthquake force was much stronger than the mountain quake force. Chu Mu did not have anyone to guide him, so he relied on himself to explore. His progress was slow, and he did not know when he would be able to comprehend the earthquake force. At present, he was only constantly strengthening the mountain quake force. Finally, it was the comprehension and study of sword skills. For a swordsman, sword skills were very important. The number and strength of sword skills were directly related to the strength of a swordsman. He had created slash-iron in battle and continuously perfected it in battle. Ultimately, he had made it complete, but it still hadn't reached perfection. Moreover, Chu Mu's understanding of the man and sword as one wasn't enough. He didn't have a complete system. Fortunately, the small palace he lived in had a rich collection of books. The theoretical records about sword skills were also relatively complete and detailed. It was enough for Chu Mu to read carefully and form a more complete understanding in his heart. The sword skills under the realm of one with the sword were divided into 3 major levels. From low to high, there were the human-level sword skills, the earth-level sword skills, and the heaven-level sword skills. The gap between the major levels of sword skills was insurmountable. It was common knowledge that sword of Gojosian level and below comprehended profound meaning. Sword skills created based on profound meaning belonged to the human-level sword skill level, and were also known as profound meaning sword skills. There were many kinds of profounds. A profound sword skill, or a mortal realm sword skill, could contain more or less profounds. Therefore, it was also divided into levels and ranks. A sword skill with 1 profound would be called a rank 1 mortal realm sword skill. A sword skill with 2 profound would be called a rank 2 mortal realm sword skill, and so on and so forth. The number of profounds it contained would determine the rank of the mortal realm sword skill. An earth-level sword of Gojosian level corresponded to a sword of Gojosian level. For a swordsman to become a sword of Gojosian, he first had to reach the realm of one with the sword in terms of power control. The second and final condition was to comprehend a deeper level of power, get closer to the essence of power, and transform the profounds into the power of rules. The power of a sword of Gojosian was not something that sword of Gojosian level and below could imagine. Even the most talented swordsman would not be a match for a sword of Gojosian before breaking through to the level of a sword of Gojosian. Even the weakest sword of Gojosian would not be a match for a sword of Gojosian because of the fundamental difference between the profounds and the power of rules. If the power of heaven and earth were to be divided into levels, the conception would be the most obvious level, the profounds would be the second level, and the rules would be the third level. The difference between each level would only become bigger and more obvious. Even the power of 3 profounds could not be compared to a single rule. Just like mortal-level sword skills, earth-level sword skills were also divided into first, second, and third grades, which were closely related to the number of rules it corresponded to. As for heaven-level sword skills, Chu Mu had only seen a few words in the records, because heaven-level sword skills were sword skills that only sword saints possessed. The gap between heaven-level sword skills and the sword of Gojosian level was huge, like a chasm between heaven and earth. The gap between heaven-level sword skills and Chu Mu's was even bigger, so it was not the time to delve into it. Whether it was mortal-level sword skills, earth-level sword skills, or heaven-level sword skills, other than the division of grades, there was a more detailed division between each grade. The reason for the differentiation was very simple. There were 9 revolutions of sword intent and 9 revolutions of profound meaning. The same grade 1 sword skill contained 6 revolutions of sword intent and profound meaning. So its power naturally couldn't be compared with 7 revolutions of sword intent and profound meaning. However, first grade sword skills with 8th turn sword essence and profounds were naturally more powerful. Sword skills with 5th turn sword essence and profounds were called low-grade sword skills. 6th turn sword essence and profounds were middle-grade sword skills. 7th turn sword essence and profounds were high-grade sword skills. For example, a sword skill with gold profound, if the sword essence and gold profound were 5th turn sword skills, it would be 1st grade low-grade sword skills of the human level. If the sword essence and gold profound were 6th turn sword skills, it would be 1st grade middle grade sword skills of the human level, and so on. Swordsmen who could refine sword essence and profounds to 8th turn sword essence and profounds were very few, but there was no lack of them since ancient times. Therefore, sword skills with 8th turn sword essence and profounds were called earth-breaking level. As for 9th turn sword essence, there was no record of it since ancient times. Theoretically, sword skills based on 9th turn sword essence and profounds were called heaven-shaking level. No one knew that Chumu actually had the potential to perform heaven-shaking level sword skills. When sword skills were first created, they usually stayed at low-grade or middle-grade sword skills. For example, a sword skill created by a sword master who had refined sword essence and profounds to the limit of 6th turn could only bear sword essence and profounds of the limit of 5th turn. After that, it would need to be perfected continuously to be able to bear sword essence and profounds of the limit of 6th turn. By the same logic, a sword skill created by a peak 7th revolution swordsman would at most contain the sword intent and profundity of the peak 6th revolution. It still needed to be perfected through trial and error before it could contain the sword intent and profundity of the peak 7th revolution. Chu Mu's situation was the same. In the beginning, he could only bear sword essence and profounds of the limit of 7th turn when he created the metal attribute sword skill, Chop Iron. However, as he continued to fight, the sword skill continued to be perfected and the power it could bear increased until it could bear sword essence and profounds of the limit of 8th turn. It was very difficult to perfect sword skills, especially for a sword master who had profound sword essence and profounds. It was even more difficult to perfect sword skills. Chu Mu was in such a situation. He needed a lot of time to perfect sword skills until he reached the limit. Sword skills were broad and profound. Without these books, Chu Mu didn't know when he would have a clear understanding of them. There were 3 levels. Within each level, there were different grades. Within each grade, there were different levels. It was a bit complicated, but in this way, one could clearly distinguish the strength of a sword skill. As for sword skills below 5th turn sword essence and profounds, sword essence and profounds weren't powerful enough. According to the records, any sword master who could become a Sword of Gojosian could at least refine their sword essence and profounds to the limit of 5th turn. This was because their souls were strong enough. Most of the sword masters who could become a Sword of Gojosian could refine their sword essence and profounds to the 6th turn. As for the geniuses in the Sword of Gojosian, their sword essence and profounds could reach the 7th turn. In addition to having a clear understanding of sword skills, Chu Mu also gradually gained a deeper understanding of the formation and various profounds of sword skills. He had mastered as many as 10 profounds. It was impossible for him to limit himself to the metal attribute sword skill, Chop Iron. He needed more sword skills to be able to better display his strength in battle. To put it simply, sword skills were to combine the various powers one had mastered and combine them in the best and most perfect way to release the power at the deepest level. In order to have more time, Chu Mu also used the elementary Sand of Time. Originally, the elementary Sand of Time was only useful for Origin Realm swordsmen. The intermediate Sand of Time was useful for Deity Condensation Realm swordsmen. However, by embedding the Sand of Time into the time compass, it could allow one to skip a level. The elementary Sand of Time was useful for Deity Condensation Realm swordsmen. Under the power of the time compass and the elementary Sand of Time, 1 month in the outside world was actually 11 months for Chu Mu. His sword soul had recovered well, but it would still take some time for it to fully recover. His sword arts had truly encountered a bottleneck. He was stuck at the peak of the 10th level of sword arts domain. He couldn't estimate how long it would take for him to break through. His vibration force had made some progress. The power of mountain shaking force had increased a little. However, he still didn't have much of a clue about earth shaking force. As for his cultivation, Chu Mu was only constantly consolidating and purifying it. He wasn't in a hurry to break through. He was still at the peak of Deity Condensation Realm. Among all kinds of cultivation, the one with the most obvious improvement was sword skills. In the sword training room, there were many sword steels erected for practicing sword skills. Chu Mu stood about 10 meters away from a sword steel. He took a light breath, and his right hand quickly grasped the sword hilt. With a clang, the sharp sword was unsheathed and slashed forward. The wind whistled as a meter-long cyan wind blade instantly left the sword. It split the air in front of it and slashed towards the sword steel. The cyan wind blade seemed to have a kind of crystalline and translucent feeling, as if it had substance. With a swoosh, the cyan wind blade instantly slashed onto the sword steel. The wind blade shattered, and a new scratch was left on the sword steel. It was 3 inches deep. There were more than 100 scratches on the sword steel, all of which were made by Chu Mu during this period of time. His purpose was to test the power of the sword skill and perfect it. A true swordsmanship, from the moment it was created, had to be tested repeatedly to find out its shortcomings. The best way was to fight with a strong enemy, but that was extremely dangerous. If one was not careful, they could be killed. Moreover, there were not many strong enemies to fight with, so they could only use their own sword to study it repeatedly. This was a wind sword skill, which was named by Chu Mu as Wind Slasher. It was a rank 1 sword skill of the human grade. As for the deeper division, it could be advanced grade, earth-breaking grade, or even heaven-shaking grade. It all depended on Chu Mu's wishes. Because the sword soul and sword will had not been completely restored, Chu Mu did not dare to use sword will again. Therefore, the Wind Slasher was not perfect. However, after repeated research by Chu Mu, as long as the sword soul and sword will were restored and integrated, the Wind Slasher would be complete. The next step was to study the 3rd sword skill. In fact, for Chu Mu, what he wanted more was a sword skill of the profound of emptiness, or at least a sword skill that combined 2 profound of emptiness. However, it was too difficult. Instead of spending time on comprehending 2 profound of sword skills, it was better to study each profound of emptiness and create corresponding sword skills to deepen his understanding of sword skills. On this basis, it would be better to create a rank 2 sword skill of the human grade. For his own cultivation, step by step, Chu Mu had a clear goal and a solid approach. He would never rush ahead and neglect the essentials. For the 3rd rank 1 sword skill of the human grade, Chu Mu focused on the water profound. There was nothing special about it. It was just a feeling that made him do it. Chu Mu was more familiar with the profound of gold and profound of wind. In comparison, he was not familiar with the water profound. However, with the experience of creating sword skills twice, Chu Mu could avoid some detours and create the water profound. The outside world had the outside world's time, while the inside world had the inside world's time. Slowly, Chu Mu created a water-type sword technique and named it Thin Flow. Chapter 875. The green wind blade pierced through the air and slashed towards the sword steel. The sword that was slashed out spun, and raging flames appeared on the sword, transforming into a ball of crazily burning fireball. His body spun, and that sharp sword spun in a circle, as if it was capable of sweeping away 1,000 soldiers. A layer of frost covered the sword, transforming into a stream of ice that followed closely behind the fireball. His body moved with the sword and leaped into the sky. The sword fell like a thunderbolt, tearing through the sky. The amazing lightning fell from the sky and struck the sword steel. Then, the sword was covered with a layer of golden light that contained an amazing sharpness. It directly struck the sword steel. After being hit by the cyan wind blade, the sword steel immediately had a scratch. After being hit by the fireball, the sword steel shook and countless sparks flew. It was burnt black. After being hit by the ice stream quickly spread and sealed the entire sword steel in ice. The thunderbolt fell and heavily bombarded the frozen sword steel with a cracking sound. The sword steel shook violently, and there were countless electric currents raging wildly. It was almost broken. The last sword strike, the extremely sharp golden light, cut the sword steel directly, as if it was going to split the sky and the earth. It directly broke the sword steel into countless pieces, splitting wind, raging fire, ice stream, wild thunder, cutting iron. 5 moves of the human-level sword skills. Chu Mu tried again and again to combine them in the most advantageous way for him. The moves were connected one after another, and the power came wave after wave. Finally, the broken sword steel that had been attacked many times was completely broken. It should be known that the sword steel was originally able to withstand many wind slasher sword skills. Even if it was damaged, it could still withstand at least 10 wind slasher sword skills. However, under the combination of 5 different sword skills, it was shattered even earlier. It was enough to show that the power of the combination of 5 sword skills was much stronger than 10 sword skills of the same level. There were many broken pieces of the sword steel under his feet. Chu Mu exhaled and continued his closed-door training. One move after another was studied, and he became more and more familiar with it. The efficiency of studying the first grade of the human-level sword skills also increased a lot. Up until now, he had studied all the sword skills of the gold: wood, water, fire, earth, cloud, wind, ice, and thunder. Only the sword skill of the sky profound was only a little progress. In addition, Chu Mu also began to study the second class of the human class sword skills. After erecting a new sword steel, Chu Mu retreated a few meters. He stared at the sword steel and adjusted his breathing and blood qi. His eyes flashed and his aura erupted like a volcano. As the wind howled, an extreme sharpness gushed out from his body. Chu Mu's eyes were instantly filled with a cyan storm. Then, the cyan turned into a golden color and shot out with boundless sharpness. All of his aura converged in an instant, as if it had merged with the sword. He took a step forward and slashed out with the sword. Cyan and gold colors intertwined on the sword, forming a unique cyan gold color. The power of wind profound and gold profound also merged together, forming a new and even more powerful power. Chu Mu's body followed the sword as it tore through the air, slashing at the sword steel a few meters away. Under the extreme mountain quake energy, even space itself was about to be torn apart. It was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the sword landed directly on the sword steel. With a cracking sound, a corner of the intact sword steel was cut off, flying high into the air and falling to the side. A second class of the human class sword skill that combined the gold and wind profound was indeed much more powerful than a first-class sword skill. A first-class sword skill could only leave a 4-inch mark on the sword steel, but a second-class sword skill could cut off a corner, although it was not big. Landing on the ground, Chu Mu looked at the sword in his hand and could not help but reveal a trace of pity. This sword was the 8-sided Sky Desolation sword. Since he had forged it himself many years ago, he had been using it until now. It had accompanied Chu Mu in many battles and killed many strong enemies. It was very handy, but now it was broken. There were several very clear cracks on the body of the 8-sided Sky Desolation sword. It was in imminent danger. Chu Mu could tell at a glance that this sword had reached the end of its life. It was damaged from the inside, and even if it was repaired, it would not be able to return to its original toughness. It's time to change to a new sword. Chu Mu thought to himself. The 8-sided Sky Desolation sword was a king-grade sword. Although it was the best, Chu Mu had already broken through to the spirit condensation realm. A king-grade sword would gradually find it difficult to withstand the impact of the spirit condensation realm's sword essence. This was because the spirit condensation realm's sword essence was much stronger than the origin realm's sword essence. A few impacts were nothing, but after multiple impacts, the king-grade sword would be damaged from the inside. Especially after mastering a sword skill, the burden on the sword would be even greater. If the sword's quality was not high enough, it would not be able to withstand the impact. Chu Mu suddenly thought of the god Desolation sword seed art. Perhaps if he used the God Desolation sword seed art to plant a sword embryo in himself, he would have a divine sword that was connected to his bloodline. From then on, he would never need to change a sword. Thinking of this, Chu Mu sheathed the broken 8-sided Sky Desolation sword and left the small palace, heading towards the treasury of the real palace. After showing the young palace masters sword token, Chu Mu had the authority to enter the treasury. The treasury seemed to be located in another time and space. It was extremely large and had an ancient aura. Extremely dense heaven wasteland essence, qi filled the air, and there were various regions within. Usually, very few people would enter this place. Every region had a powerful and profound seal that required the heaven wasteland earth palace's sword token to open. Sword region, spirit medicine region, ores and metals region, armor region, secret treasure region, precious treasure region, etc. Chu Mu was the young palace master, so he had a lot of authority. He could choose the majority of the items, but that did not mean that he could take away all the treasures. The treasury was often one of the foundations of a force. Even the palace master of the heaven wasteland earth palace would only choose a small portion of the treasures that were directly useful to him. To cultivate the divine, desolate sword seed art, he needed a total of 99 materials. Chu Mu had 50 of them, and this time he planned to find the rest in the treasury. It would be best if he could find the remaining 49. After looking around, Chu Mu walked towards the ores and metals region. The various materials that the divine, desolate sword seed art required were basically all ores and metals. There was only one type that was rather strange that Chu Mu could not figure out. Forget it. He would first find what he could find. Holding the young palace master's sword token, he walked towards the ores and metals region. The seal was useless against Chu Mu, so he walked into the ores and metals region without any obstructions. Immediately, there were many types of auras that filled the air. The most powerful ones were the sharp aura of metal and the heavy aura of earth. Countless ores and metals floated in the air. Looking over, they were densely packed, like meteorites in the universe. One after another, some are very large, with a diameter of over 10 meters, while some are very small, the size of a fingernail. Every metal or floated in the air, motionless, as if time and space had frozen. On the surface of every metal there was a layer of strange energy fluctuation. Chu Mu could not feel any danger. There were too many. At a glance, the area of this region seemed endless. The collection of ores and metals also seemed endless. It was like a vast universe with no end in sight. With so many ores and metals, Chu Mu immediately became happy. Maybe he could really find the other materials to cultivate the divine, desolate sword seed art here. The power of his divine sense spread out, instantly covering all the ores and metals within a radius of several thousand meters. Under the power of his divine sense, Chu Mu immediately felt the strange energy fluctuations on the surface of every metal become more intense. Streams of information naturally came into contact with his divine sense, transmitted, and flowed into Chu Mu's mind. This allowed Chu Mu to know the names and characteristics of these ores, making it easier for Chu Mu to find them. There were thousands of different types of metal ores, but none of them was one of the 49 types. However, every single one of them was very precious and rarely seen in the outside world. Thinking about it, which one of the things that could be stored in this treasury wasn't precious? No matter how precious they were useless if they could not be used. Chu Mu walked forward several thousand meters and released his divine sense again, continuing his search. The pressure in this place was rather large and would suppress the power of his divine sense to a certain extent. Furthermore, covering thousands of ores and receiving information from thousands of ores at once was also a huge burden. After sorting them out one by one, Chu Mu locked onto a fist-sized metal ore and strode over, grabbing it in his hand. It was one of the 49 types of materials. His first harvest made Chu Mu happy as he continued his search. This area was indeed very large. Chu Mu kept walking forward and had already searched more than 10 times. But he still did not feel like he had reached the end. After searching more than 10 times, his harvest was not bad. He had obtained a total of 15 types of materials, and there were still 34 types of materials that needed to be found. Search, search, search. This kind of search placed a huge burden on his divine sense. When it was almost exhausted, Chu Mu could only sit down and recover his divine sense. After his divine sense recovered, he would continue his search. In this place, there was no sky or earth. The environment was unchanging, and he could not feel the passage of time at all. The 20th type of material was obtained, the 25th type of material was obtained, the 30th type of material was obtained, the 35th type of material was obtained, finally the 45th type of material was obtained. Although it was very tiring, his heart was very happy. There are still 4 types. Chu Mu muttered to himself. His spirit was roused, and after recovering his divine sense, he moved again. He kept searching, searching. The 46th type, the 47th type, the 48th type. There was only 1 type left. However, no matter how hard Chu Mu searched, even after searching the entire area, he still could not find the last type of material. He could not help but feel a little disappointed, but he quickly eliminated it. Since he could not find it here, he could only look elsewhere. Desolate, divine, flowing gold. This was the name of the last type of material. It was also the most important of the 99 types of materials required to cultivate the desolate God sword seed art.